Good afternoon and welcome. Yesterday was a day that will be remembered for record breaking performances and unforgettable moments on the track and in the field. Ethan Gratian soared into the history books and breaking the under 18 men's highest jump record with a performance beyond his years. Zoe St John delivered one of the moments of the meet, storming home in dramatic fashion to shatter the women's 800 metre record. Across in the hurdles, New Zealanders Rainco Haggard produced the stunning run to break the men's 400 metre hurdle record, while fellow Kiwi Danielle Aitchison stunned the athletic world, powering to a new T36 para 100 metre world record in 13:20 seconds. Those performances set the tone. The bar has been raised, the atmosphere is electric, and today another generation of athletes have the chance to produce moments we'll be talking about long after the finish line. And now, welcome to day 2 of the Oceania Championships, coming to you live from the Arafura Stadium here in Darwin, Australia. I'm Lindsay Gunn, alongside Matt Mahon. And Matt, after what we witnessed yesterday, the excitement around this venue today is absolutely buzzing.
It certainly is, Lindsay. What a great day of athletics it was here in the top end yesterday. We saw some fantastic performances. Certainly some of those that you highlighted were really amazing. For me, the high jump probably stands out as one of the highlights. Just reflecting also overnight on the performances from some of our athletes from the island federations from across Oceania, and there are four really that I'd like to draw some attention to. And certainly, and in fact, we'll see some of these in action again today and over the next couple of days. But certainly one for mine that I was super impressed with was Jeremiah Rogo from Fiji, 25-year-old who was in the men's 400. Does a lot of his running in New Zealand. He ran an auto qualifier for today's final, with a big PB. He ran sixth fastest overall, ran a 47.84. His previous PB was 49.03, so good advancement and progress there. And he'll start the final from lane 8, though, where he'll really have to focus on his own race and remain composed throughout. And we'll go to run through a few more of these athletic performances that are standouts. As you can see on the screen at the moment, we've got the lists for the women's discus under 18. They'll be throwing a 1 kilo implement. And in our field, and they are our first event to get underway today, a really great spread from across Oceania. We've got Oriana Filutulaga from New Caledonia, Zoe Muir from New Zealand, Christina Tuafu from Tonga, Anisha Reeder from the Regional Australia team, Palipa Lima from Australia, Sonali and Kali Raninjatala from Australia, Salanita Veravulu from Fiji, Cadence Naylor from the Regional Australia team, Sina Maria Sua from New Zealand, and Kaya Wong also from the Australian team. They'll be our first athletes in action today, and really looking forward to it. There's a great history and heritage of throws across Oceania. It's probably the category that has the greatest diversity in terms of medal winners, and I'm sure we'll see some good performances from these athletes today.
And a number of these athletes we've already seen so far in this competition. Of course, Cadence Naylor from Regional Australia has already competed in the javelin and the shot put in the under 18. So just looking at her results, this is her third and final event for the championship. She's thrown a 38.84 and 5th in the javelin and a 10.91 in the shot put and coming in 8th spot. And there's a number of athletes that are involved in multiple events. So it's good that we're seeing a little bit of increased diversity in the discus. And of course, it's great that a lot of these throwers can get involved and participate in multiple events in the same championship. Some of these have also competed in multi-event championships as well. So this is where a lot of them kind of tie in.
It certainly is. We've seen a few records fall, and including a world record. This event itself was the Oceania records held by Danny Samuels, who threw it way back in 1988 with a big throw of 58.52. Of course, Danny went on to be a fantastic world and Olympic representative for Australia. One of our greatest throwers, and the meet record is held by Levante Sue Ami from Australia that was set in 2019. So again, an opportunity for these young athletes as we see the first of our throwers coming into the circle to put their own names in the record books.
Yeah, we've seen a few records, as you mentioned before, so we're looking forward to seeing if we can get a few more underway today. So we've got the first of our athletes this afternoon. This is the New Caledonian athlete getting proceedings underway. This is Oriana Tulaga, who has got our competition started for this afternoon. Doesn't look too particularly happy with that first effort, but that's okay. There's still plenty to come. So you mentioned before, we've got 10 in this field. Now,
all bar two of them 16 years old, and
yeah,
so
right.
it should be remembered that for many of these athletes, in fact most of the field, this is the first time representing their countries. Really proud moments for the kids and for the team around them, their coaches, their families, their friends, the other support that they have, and hopefully we're welcoming a few of them onto the live stream today as well.
It's going to be exciting. Now, one of the challenges being up in the top end here in Darwin is the humidity and the moisture that can create from that. How's the weather looking for today? And obviously that creates some challenges in terms of the discus, in terms of being able to get a good grip and getting some good results on the board.
It certainly does, and we saw a bit of that in the Jav yesterday. Look, the weather today feels slightly cooler and slightly less humid than yesterday. We're expecting a top of 31. It's already reached that at the moment. The winds it's been a bit breezier this morning. You've seen sort of 19, 20 kilometre hour winds that have fluctuated a fair bit. Slight headwinds for some of the sprinters this morning's session, hoping that, and they are due to forecast to drop slightly, only a slight chance of rain, but generally a little more comfortable than yesterday with this breeze.
So we are underway in the under 18 women's discus, and our current leader from New Caledonia, Tulaga, who threw a 37.08. Zoe Muir from New Zealand with a 26.58. And we've just witnessed Tufuafu from Tonga with a 45.96 and has moved into that first position. So in the early days in the women's under 18 discus, quite a varying results. And I think particularly in the discus and particularly in some of the junior competitions, it'll be just getting that grip on the discus and just really getting comfortable in these types of conditions. Nice aerial movement from the disc into that throw.
That was Anisha Reader, the Regional Australia team, which is made up largely of athletes, as you'd expect, from regional parts of Australia. Historically, a strong presence from far north Queensland, Townsville, Cairns in particular, Mackay, where there's a really strong athletics presence, and also Darwin. And we've seen there's quite a few of the local athletes that have been picked in this Regional Australia team this week, as we see our next competitor, which looks like it's Palipa Luma from Australia in the circle. What can she throw?
Little wobbly off the hand there. That's okay. Get the jitters out the way in the first throw. So we're all in our first attempts here in the under 18 discus.
.30.29 for Palipa Luma. I was wondering. For those interested, there are links to full results that are available on the Oceania Athletics website. So feel free to jump online and interested in how an athlete has gone this morning. All of that information is held there.
And for those of you who are following on the live stream, I reckon we hit around 30 to 35,000 on the live stream yesterday, which is fantastic numbers. You can actually open this this site while you're watching, so you can get the actual live results from any discipline that you want to follow virtually within seconds. So the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier athletics events to life here in Darwin. Their support is helping welcome athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition in the top end. We've seen plenty of world-class in the first day with a few records falling.
It was a nice throw from Salanita Verivalu from Fiji. Fiji's got 45 athletes here, our biggest island nation in terms of representation at this year's Oceania Championships, and there it is, a 39.98. She'll be happy with that. A good way to start her competition.
Fiji, of course, the hosts of the previous event.
So that was a championship held in Suva.
This is Cadence Naylor. We've mentioned her name a few times already on the broadcast.
She looks happy with that too. Big smile.
Reckon she probably realises that she's on camera, which is great. I've been following a lot of the regional Australian athletes here, and they've been walking around with such a buzz and such an energy. They love being here and love competing. The outfits look fantastic, and they've really shown some great colours and enthusiasm while here in the championships.
Here's Sina Maria Su'a from New Zealand.
Gee, that's impressive, isn't it?
It's a big opening.
Mm.
Hasn't she introduced herself to the competition in great style?
So the current top result so far is 45.96 by the Tongan.
It's just been topped. 46.16 from the Kiwi, Sina Maria. Well played. Good opening. Getting closer to that meet record of 52. Kaya Wong.
This one's got a bit of elevation in the air there.
Yeah, Kaya will challenge here. I think she's got a PB of 45.46 that she set at SOPAC in Sydney earlier this year. One of the strong Australian contingent. Gets the white flag.
That's a beautiful shot there. It gives you an idea of the beautiful plants and trees that we're surrounded by here at the stadium. It's almost like we're on a holiday in a resort while watching athletics at the same time.
It certainly feels like that, and as you could see there, that wind continues to drop.
We had some concerns yesterday about the wind gauge, and I think half the issues were that it wasn't windy at all. So very conducive to some good fast running and some good throwing and jumping.
Here's Oriana Villatulaga from New Caledonia through a 37.08 with her first. Clean effort. Gets the white flag.
Just under with the 35.98 for her second attempt. Not bad off the hand there. I reckon that will be an improvement on her first throw there for Zoe Muir.
Zoe's a heptathlete. seen a few of our multi-sport athletes competing in some of the disciplines. In fact, our men's high jump yesterday, second place getter is a decathlete. Here, of course, there's no multi-sport events here. They're being held later in the year or early next year, Brisbane.
Yeah, I guess that's the challenge with multi-sport participants. There's not a lot of competitions to be able to get all of your disciplines in over the 2 days. So it's good at least with a lot of these heptathletes or decathletes or any of those that they can try and enter as many events as they can across this 6-day period.
A funny hunch, our most recent thrower, Christina, rattled the cage with the disc and walked out the front of the circle. So won't prove on her opening throw of 45.96. Has her currently sitting in second place in this event.
Rita for her second attempt, sitting in third, very nice off the hand. Now this is going to be close as to whether it improves from her first throw. Little wobbly in the air though, so it wasn't completely clean and crisp through. And a 41.05, so very, very close, but very consistent there from Rita. For the Australian, back for her second attempt. And that certainly looks to be a much better throw than her first. In fact, it will be well better than her first. Although she still doesn't look particularly happy.
Got some more in the tank.
$43.72, so that is a much better performance than her first. And that's popped her into third place.
Early stages of the second round.
Nice off the hand, but probably just a little high in the air.
That's a pretty similar throw, a 38.99 for Sonali Ankali, Renan Guntala from
You
Australia.
see sometimes with these angles as to where they're landing on the ground.
Fijian, Solanieta Viravalu, her second. Oh, that's a good throw. Looking to go better than a 39.98 was her first round attempt. Second in the jav, throw 47.08. And a red hot chance this event with a 40.12 with her second. So it is an improvement, which is good.
The Cadence Nailer for her second attempt. 29.24 was her first throw. I reckon this is going to be very, very similar to her first attempt. We mentioned that a lot of these athletes are competing in multiple throwing events over these few days, and Cadence is one of those. and a 30.95. So that is a slight improvement, and it gets her over that 30-metre mark. In the women's under 18 discus. So here's our leader. Can she go one better?
Nice throw, also out near that 50-metre mark. She's looking happy with that. Can she extend her lead? Oh. Also 46.14, 2 centimetres shy of her first round.
Look at
throw.
that.
Another great performance. Certainly no argument with the consistency at all. Kaya Wong. What's she got?
So the gap is around 18 centimetres between our leader and second place.
Bit of a grimace. Well out over 40. Hoping to be an improvement on her 36.92 opening round. See whether there was a white flag there. I think so. And oh, it is an improvement of 42.58. So that's a big 6 metre, almost 6 metre improvement on her first effort, and puts her into 4th place in the standings as we move through the second round. In fact, we've now completed the second round.
So just an overview of what we're seeing so far here in the under 18 women's discus. Our leader is from New Zealand, Sina Marie Sewer, with a 46.16. In second place from Tonga, Kuafu from Tonga, as mentioned, 45.96, and Palipa Lauma in third with a 43.72. So we're going to leave the coverage from the women's under 18 discus, and we're going to move to the under 18 men's long jump.
That we are, and we've got 11 starters in this event, which promises to be a good one. Oren Bird from regional Australia. We've got a bit of confusion here. Luke Potter-Geets from regional Australia. Conrad Ferndorfler from New Zealand. Oren Bird from regional Australia. Riley Thomas from New Zealand. Mason Watkins, Australia. Ratu Viliami Luana Vanua from Australia. Matthew Green, regional Australia team. Harrison Dolman from Australia. Ebenezer Sakuru from Fiji. Mani Kania Bani from New Caledonia. And rounding out the field, Daquan Su from Team New Zealand. That's our field for the men's under 18 long jump.
The current meet record in the under 18 men's long jump, 7:48, which is jumped by Bailey Burns in the previous edition in 2024. Oceania record 8:01 by Darcy Roper in 2015. So we've got quite a few good up-and-coming male long jumpers this afternoon. It's good to give them a bit of a showcase to the world as well. And for those of you who are just joining us for the first time, wonderful to have your company here at the Oceania Athletics Championships for 2026. Coming to you live from the Arafura Stadium here in Darwin.
These jumpers will be jumping with what we expect will be a slight tail. Don't imagine it will be highly influential, but we'll see what they can do. The championship record here is 7:48, which is held by Bailey Burns of Australia, set in Suva in 2024. And the Oceania record for the men's under 18 long jump held by Darcy Roper of Australia, an 8:01, which he set in July of 2015.
So a significant result for an under 18 to be able to jump that 8 metre mark.
A big jump in the pre-carbon plate shoe era as well.
That's true, actually.
I wonder what that's worth.
Nah,
no pogo sticks available for Darcy at that point in his career. Different story today. We've seen some real progression of the long jump. More and more really pushing out to the mid-8s.
So here's Potter Geets, who is starting proceedings for us this afternoon from regional Australia. We're just waiting on the first results to come through. It's always a good feeling when you get the first one to come through and you go, oh, all the software's working. There we go. It's come through. So he started with a 5:32.
You can see from some of the pictures, it's quite warm here. That umbrella that you can see is keeping the sun off one of our spectators as opposed to the rain. No need for tracksuits and tights and scarves and beanies to keep athletes warm today.
That's true, with very, very good conditions to keep yourself into a warm frame of mind, keep the muscles ready to roll.
That's Conrad Ferndorfler with his first. Conrad we saw in the high jump. Jumped at 175 yesterday for 6th place. He's also entered in the triple jump, so he's got a busy week.
I guess it's no different to when we talk about the throwers, and you know, we've got quite a few that are doing discus today, but also involved in the javelin and the shot put. I guess it's no different to the jumpers as well.
Yeah, particularly with these under 18 athletes, it's good to see them having some diversity of event and not specialising and keeping their options open as they develop as athletes. But great opportunity for them also to put themselves under competition conditions and on more than one occasion. Interesting use of the bucket hat as a marker for our athlete Oren Bird from regional Australia.
That's so Australian, isn't it? Just putting the bucket hat down. Yep, this is my mark. See, that's a mighty, mighty jump to start from Bird. Just waiting for the results to come through. So the Kiwi Ferndorfler currently with a very early lead. 5:84 was his jump. And 6:59 for Bird. So he will now move into that first place in this long jump.
Riley Thomas from New Zealand on the runway. Saw him feature in the 100 metres today. Speed.
It's not uncommon to see the 60 or 100 metre sprinters also dabble in long jump, is it? It's one of those things where you really need to just get that real high speed.
Got the white flag. Nice way to open.
Second time in a row that we've just had an athlete just slightly lean towards the side of the mat, side of the pit, rather than directly down the middle. And a 5:36 next to his name. Here's Watkins.
The PB of 7:23. He set earlier this year. So, fairly tidy triple jump PB as well. Same month, 15:09.
It's been marked as a foul, although they're still measuring the distance.
Sometimes athletes like to know. Luana Vanua, Australia, be the next to jump.
And I reckon that one's a foul as well. I reckon I've just seen the red flag go up. Look too particularly happy coming out of the sand pit.
No mark. Yep. We'll go back and reassess, regather his thoughts. Get used to the conditions here at Arafura Stadium.
Like they've replaced the cone with an official today.
Yeah, I think it might be the crocodile cone hiding under a chair to the to the left. Oh, here we go. Someone's just we forgot. Oh, they must be listening to us. You know you're in Darwin when.
Talk about AI replacing people, but now we've got cones replacing people.
What can Matthew Green do? Nice entry to the comp. It's the white flag. Let's see, officials hard at work. We've got around 130 officials with us here from all over the region. Great supporters of the Oceania Athletics Association at 6:27 for Matthew Green to open. Next to jump will be Harrison Dolman from the Australian team. Speed. And looks clean.
Very good. Excellent line and length into the pit there. Almost smack bang in the middle. We mentioned before about the officials and the amount that are helping us out over the next few days. A lot of these are volunteers who are just lovers of the sport.
They are. They give up their time, don't get paid, take annual leave, cover their costs to, and there's a really strong cohort who follow the Oceania Championships around from venue to venue. And to all of our officials who are listening in, we say a big thank you, and we couldn't do it without you.
Fantastic. A lot of these have stayed in the sport. A lot of The officials and volunteers are former athletes.
Ebenezer Sakuru will go back and probably mark out his run after didn't quite nail it on that one.
Might need the bucket hat. It's always good to do it in the first one, just to kind of regroup, refresh, start again. Still got a few more to come. Going to keep an eye on the women's under 18 discus results as well. So after the third throws, we still haven't seen any change to our leaders. So we still have Tua from New Zealand in that top position with a 46.16 as Kania Bani. New Caledonian jumper. Nice soft landing there. Excellent off the launch. Pretty much smack bang in the middle there. Needed to elevate the legs a little bit higher just to get that lunge. So our final jumper in the first round of competition, Daquin Sue from New Zealand. Not a bad launch, but see if the flag's gone up. I reckon the red flag went up, yeah, just over that black line. So that was a foul, and moving into the second stage of competition. So Luke Potter-Geets with his second attempt. Launching quite a fair way off the board there. So he's got a little bit more room to what he probably thinks he does. Just see where he takes off from. Yeah, there's plenty of room. Almost might need to regroup or just extend the leg span a little bit as he comes down.
Kiwi, Ferndorfler for his second.
I reckon that's an improvement from his first.
Certainly looks smooth on the runway.
Again, be curious to see where he's taking off from.
Look at that again. Yeah, plenty of room there. It's 594.
I don't know how I managed to see 10 centimetres from here, but yeah, it certainly looked a lot better.
I say hats off to you. And here's Oren Bird. Speaking of hats.
And speaking of taking them off.
Correct. Oren's got a PB of 672. Jumped 659 with his opening. Wake those legs up.
I love a bucket hat. I'm a big fan.
Can he fly like a bird? Oh boy, not a bad one.
Yeah, I reckon he's improved on his first jump as well. He's been in a bit of form of lately. Good that he got that excellent height off that jump.
It is an improvement. 663.
Even closer.
Getting closer to that PB of 672 that we were talking about earlier. Riley Thomas will be the next to jump. Opened with 536. Looks like that one might get a red flag, and it does.
Official back in the standing position there.
Next up, we've got one of the Australians. Looks like it's young Mason Watkins. 723 PB. Hit the board again. Fouled with his second.
Tell you what, the mindset with 2 consecutive fouls going into your third really changes things a little bit here. He has one of the better PBs in this competition, but hasn't been able to land anything yet.
Comes Luana Vanua from Australia for his second. And to get a score on the board. Trying to get the crowd involved. Give him a clap. We love this. And build on the atmosphere at Arafura Stadium. Get behind our under 18 men in this long jump competition. What can Luana Vanua do with his second? Nice. Hit the board again. We've seen a bit of it in this competition, and you can see from the wind telltale just there to the left of the screen by the officials. There's a bit of a breeze around. It looks like it's behind these athletes. Good elevation with his jump though, and good distance. So if he shows a lot of promise.
Especially, he's got one of the better personal bests as well. So again, 2 Australians just can't seem to get a result on the board. They'll go back and regroup, look with their coaches and work out a plan. Matthew Green, currently sitting in 3rd place.
Looked like a good jump. 627 with his first. Gets the white flag from the officials. They're happy. Let's see. A couple of centimetres spared.
Launching off the left foot too.
It's a 6:10 second. 2 solid jumps to open his competition. So we see Harrison Dolman getting ready for his second. Open with a 690. PB of 7 metres 27. Great shape and hoping to give that a nudge today.
Oh, there's a lot going on with that one, and I reckon the red flag's gone up. It has.
Oh, so close.
Even the landing here, he knew it and then just kind of opted out of the land. Thankfully, no harm done there. Still is our leader, though.
Next to jump will be Ebenezer Sakuru, Fiji.
Almost taking off like a sprinter. Wasn't happy with that one either. So Kania Bani from New Caledonia. Jumped pretty much bang on 6 metres for his first attempt. And sitting in 4th place. Just by 10 centimetres though. And again with that landing, which you tend to lose distance when you land like that. Because it's measured from the closest point to the launch.
Describe it as a straddle land.
That's one way to describe it. Yeah, you lose distance by doing that, so it's not a conventional landing. 585, so he doesn't better his result there.
Daquan Su. Got the long locks. Pin back. Good speed. Happy with that. It's the white flag. Out with his first jump. He is well and truly on the board with that, a 667.
Great result.
Puts him up into 2nd position in this competition. We're going to stay with the long jump. These athletes just finishing the 2nd round now. We might stick with them for their 3rd jumps. Let's see what we can do. Luke Pottergeets getting the crowd involved.
It's great to hear.
Oh,
I reckon this is going to be too close to call for me in terms of an improvement.
Your form's been pretty good, Lindsay. Better judge than I. Plenty of room there. A nice landing. Oop. 594, that's a decent improvement.
Yeah, I should have called it, shouldn't I?
You well and truly should have called it. Well played, Luke Pottergeets.
Tell you what, some of these regional Australian athletes in this competition have really performed well in the early stages of this long jump.
They certainly have.
So the New Zealander.
Berndorfler.
Not sure if he was particularly thrilled with that one at all. Although he should be very happy though, he's just moved up higher than his previous results, the 618 next to his name.
Good, puts him into 5th position. Warren Bird, currently 2nd position in the standings with 663 is 2nd. Very animated preparation. We love it. And the crowd do too. And he fly like a bird. Grimace. He runs down. Gets some good speed. The officials don't like it though.
No.
You'll have to be content with that 663 for now.
Look at the launch from here. Very close to the edge of the pit as well. Although going in at half time, I think he'd be pretty comfortable with how he's performed so far. We're into the 3rd attempts.
Riley Thomas from New Zealand with his. Long locks.
So again, a very close landing to the
edge of the pit.
Edge of the pit. A few of those that have done that. He got really close to the foul line too. So he's. So we'll see if this is a improvement. And it's a slight improvement.
It is indeed a 578. Not enough to move him up in the standings at this stage. Currently sitting in 8th position at the moment, but good improvement nonetheless. He'll be happy with that.
So Watkins,
16-year-old from Australia.
He's had 2 fouls.
And
I think he just needed to get something on the board. Even during that run-up, it's hard to tell whether he was just going for a conservative effort to just get something down or whether he was still having issues with the run-up. So Watkins has put down a 539.
He'll be happy to have something on the board. We might take a look at this women's under-18 discus competition, and looks like Sina Maria Sewer from New Zealand in the circle. She's our competition leader at the moment, with her opening throw of 46.16. Sorry, so that was her 6th throw.
Wait for the result to come through. We're just seeing fellow New Zealander, Zoe Muir.
Through a 30.81 with her first, and won't improve with that. .48.48 as our Fijian athlete. Looks like it's Salanieta Eravalu from Fiji. Through 40.12 with her second throw. Nice clean throw. Not quite sure it's going to move her up in the standings, but we'll wait and see. It's a 38.21, so it won't, but a good, solid throw nonetheless. Next athlete to throw will be Anisha Reader from the Regional Australia team. Currently 5th in the standings with a second throw. Sorry, her fourth throw of 42.39.
Yeah, that looked good off the hand, didn't it?
That looked like an improvement. The elevation, she looked tidy in the circle. Should be happy with that. And in fact, that does move her up into 4th place in the standings with a 42.87. So
fantastic.
Just love to see these athletes improving as the competition goes and they get more comfortable in the environment. The under 18 women's discus. Most of our athletes are 16, 17 years old.
You mentioned before, a lot of these are putting on their country's colours for the very first time at these Oceania Championships.
Yeah, they're a great opportunity for these athletes to learn to be part of a travelling team without going too far from home. Often a slightly more relaxed environment than going to Europe or Asia as part of a team, as we see Sonali and Kali Reningutala from Australia. Currently got a best of 41.87. And won't improve with that one of 40.72. Kaya Wong from the Australian team. We're next to throw.
A fairly consistent distance of throws from her today. Gone high in the air.
Up towards that 40-metre mark. Should be hoping it's beyond. Currently 5th in the standings. A 40.79.
That's some really good consistency from Wong today. Pretty much all within a few centimetres of each other.
This is Palipa Layuma, also from Australia.
That's a big throw. Currently sitting in 3rd place with that 43.72 that she threw in her second attempt.
great vision from our camera crew out in the field. We're loving their work. Keep up the great work, guys and gals. That was a 40.62 for Palipa, as our Tongan athlete Christine Tukafu for her final throw. Current best of 45.96.
Gee, handy.
Look good.
I reckon that looked really good. So
I'm happy to make a prediction here, and I'm happy to call that she's improved. Let's see how we go.
well, the margin is only 20 centimetres between first and second here. She's currently sitting in second.
I'll leave my predictions to leave the predictions to you. Clearly, a 45.22. Another very solid throw.
Again, some real good consistent throws from her this afternoon.
This will be our final throw of the competition. Our championship leader.
This one's gone far. That's gone very far. Throwing a couple of 46s. I'm going to say this is another 46. I reckon it's going to be a 46. I'm going to go 46.22.
Championship record is 52.92.
Oh, unbelievable.
49.32. What a great way to finish the competition.
Saving the best for last.
She certainly did. Goes and high fives the Kiwi crew in the crowd, her supporters, her coach. And well done to her taking out the women's under-18 disc as we cross back to the men's long jump, under-18. What are we seeing, Lindsay, in this competition? Where is it at?
Yeah, you can see our leader on the screen there, Harrison Dolman from Australia, for his third attempt, increased his lead. So he jumped to 6.96 and holding on to that first place. Daquin Su from New Zealand in the second position with a 6.67. He passed on his third attempt. And Oren Bird, bucket hat boy, bucket hat boy, with a 6.63 in his second attempt, who is rounding out our podium. Relatively tight though in that second, third and fourth position, and realistically anyone in that top 5 can make a way into the podium, so we'll certainly be keen to follow the rest of the under 18 men's long jump. This is footage here of the call room, so this is where the athletes are required to check in and just make sure that everything they're wearing is legal and appropriate. You can't perform and achieve records if you don't have the appropriate equipment, footwear, uniforms. It's a place to make sure everything is all checked out.
Like a slight delay in our long jump competition as our officials put some water on the hot sand.
It's always important to water the sand pits. A lot of these volunteers that water the sand pits are quite often volunteering at the local fire brigades. The experts in holding a hose, I guess, and watering down.
Taking in the scenes from around the traps, that looks like a group of our throwers that are getting ready for the event. I am tipping that's the men's under-18 discus field that will be featuring shortly in the program. But as we wait for long jump competition to resume.
So we're just identifying the final jumpers and then organising the reorder.
The Oceania Athletics Championships proudly hosted here by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Med for helping bring Oceania's premier athletics event to life here in Darwin. And their support is helping welcome athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition at the top end. And really is a great setup here. The athletes have been well looked after in the Athletes Village. A lot of the officials staying just a short walk away at the Novotel and Mercure. Again, great facilities, owned and operated by Airport Development Group, have been remarkable hosts. As we see, are ready to see some action in the long jump.
Not too far away. It looks like they've just been finalising the reorder for the second half of this competition. You mentioned before, the Australian currently has the lead, Harrison Dolman. Two pretty consistent jumps, a 690 and a 696.
He knows he's capable of more. He's got a 727 personal best in this event. One of Australia's promising up-and-coming junior long jumpers. Australia, of course, has a great heritage in this event. Mitch Watt, the Oceania record holder. Henry Frayne, who's been up here in Darwin, member of the Athletes Commission, been supporting the athletes in the athlete zone. Been a great initiative. Here is Luana Vanua, his fourth jump. He'll be keen to get something on the board, and that he's done. Opened with 3 fouls, and that looks like a much better way to start the second half of this competition.
Yeah, I think he'll be feeling a lot better moving forward. He got very close to the edge of the board there, but I think he'll start to get a bit of confidence back. And that's a tremendous way to launch the second half of this competition.
690, it certainly is.
Surged his way into second position and has really rattled the leaderboard. As we've got Watkins, again, really wants to get something solid down, and he's not happy with that either. And that is another foul. So things just aren't working for him at the moment, and hopefully he can get something down. You only just need one good jump.
That jump that we just saw by Luana Vanua, which was a 690, getting dangerously close to his personal best of 696. So he'll be very happy with his form, happy to get that one on the board. It's Riley Thomas. What's he got?
Again, he just gets very close to the edge of the pit there. Again, in the left foot and then just manoeuvres to the left virtually for all of his jumps in that flight. And a 5.76 for Thomas, so not quite his best jump for this afternoon, but very, very, very close.
Ebenezer Sakuru from Fiji will be our next athlete to jump. He's got a 6.16 with his third. That's his best. And a run through.
Yeah, similar with Watkins, he hasn't been able to find a rhythm in this competition. He ran through that foul, and then even that first jump of 4 metres was virtually a run through as well. So to regroup. So Ferndorfler. He's had a nice progression with all of his 3 jumps this afternoon. He'll be very keen to continue the positive trend. Ready for the launch.
It looked clean. Officials are happy.
Not quite.
5.96 with that 4th attempt.
So Bird. Everyone's got little superstitions and traditions, don't they, with a lot of their performances, and I feel like this is one of those comfort things. And now he's getting the crowd involved for the first time this afternoon, so he's feeling pretty good.
Come on, Darwin. Give him some support. Give him some love.
Gee, it looked good off the board.
So he used every available centimetre of space. Well done. He's an athlete who's found his rhythm.
So 6.47 for Bird. Still pretty consistent with his 3 results on the board.
Looks like Daquan Su will be the next to jump from New Zealand.
And he's not happy with that one. So although the white flag will go up, they'll need to reel it in a fair bit. currently in third place, the New Zealander. The Dolman, who is our leader. .690 was the first result, and after a foul increased ever so slightly to .696. And that looked pretty handy as well. White flag's gone up. So the margin in this competition is just 6 centimetres. Really good aerial shots here from our camera people. Feeling pretty comfortable we might see a 7 in front of it.
Highest rank to the Aussies, got a 727 PB. 708, it is a big jump.
Yeah, that looked great. He's a threat. The one of Vanua. After the first 3 attempts as fouls, has really put a magnificent result down for the second half. Will need to jump a personal best though to increase his chances of winning this competition.
Ratu Villiam gets the crowd involved. Trying to get a bit of noise, bit of support. Ever so close to his PB with his last. What's he got?
Doesn't look too bad.
Slump of the shoulders with the red flag going up. So we'll no doubt regroup. He bounded down that runway.
Again, just the real movement to the left there as well. Something quite common we've seen a few of these jumpers. Find a way to just keep yourself centre and keep the body level. Best way to record a good distance is to go right down the middle. So here's Watkins. And another foul for Watkins. So far only the one distance recorded from this Australian athlete so far this afternoon.
No doubt we'll spend some time with his coaches, having a look at what adjustments he needs to make for his remaining jumps. Riley Thomas has hit his rhythm the last few. Consistent series of jumps so far. And that one will be a foul.
Yeah, fair bit of footage, you could say, over that line. And records his second foul.
Fijian, Ebenezer Sakuru will be the next competitor to jump.
Another one of those athletes that hasn't quite found that rhythm today. Really keen for him to get something quality on the board.
It looked a better jump. Gets the white flag.
So a lot of his attempts today have been virtually run-throughs, which is why you see a few of those lower results.
And a 6.21. That's an improvement for him. So that takes him up into 6th in the standings. Be very pleased with that, with one jump remaining. Conrad Ferndorfler, we saw he has been very consistent, arguably our most consistent through this competition. His third jump, his best to date, 6.18.
He's just dropped one position from the previous jumper, so he'll be keen to move his way back up the board. Sitting in 7th spot.
That looks clean.
Distance I'm not so sure about.
Just didn't seem to launch off the board as he did in his earlier jumps.
He didn't look comfortable, did he?
And a 5.81.
Maybe he just makes it look easy.
5th attempt, yeah.
Pretty consistent, that's for sure. So Bird has dropped the bucket hat from his routine here.
Still kept some of the dance. And a red flag.
He's only 4 centimetres from the podium here. So with one more attempt, the athlete who currently sitting in 3rd spot, 6.67 with that distance from his 2nd attempt. Daquan Su. And that's a much better attempt than his previous.
It looked very smooth, was moving nicely. A nice takeoff.
There's a few that just take a few extra seconds before they run up, and he's not one of those. Just some good focus very quickly for him.
And a 6.41. Doesn't improve, but another good jump. He'll be pleased with that.
So here's our current leader, Harrison Dolman. The only jumper over 7 metres today. Has been progressing nicely. And again, didn't look too bad off the board. He's got the white flag.
He looked very nice, very comfortable.
a little bit to the right as opposed to his previous jump. And that's an improvement. How good's that? There is a really nice progression coming from him. 7.19 next to his name.
Just 8 centimetres shy of his personal best. Got one jump remaining to give that a nudge.
I back him, I reckon. He's looking good. Why wouldn't we send the positive energy his way?
Absolutely.
So we are down to the final jumps of this under 18 men's long jump. Final jump here for Luana Vanua. Jumped 4 fouls. Sitting in second place. And he's getting the crowd involved for his final jump. Certainly a lot noisier now. He needs the energy. Let's bring him home. Here we go. That's a better jump. That was a very, very... And the white flag's gone. I was worried there for a second. Looked very handy off the board. We're just waiting on his results to come through for the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships here from the Arafura Stadium in Darwin.
We're about to cross to the first event of the track for our afternoon session, which will be the men's 100-metre prelims. First 3 automatic qualifiers, and then the 4th fastest will qualify for our final. Jake Doran is our championship record holder in this event, and we will move to introduce our athletes. And in lane 2, it's Daniel Tolosa of the Cook Islands. In lane 3, our number 1 seeded athlete, Josh Azzopardi of Australia. In 4, Caden Taylor of New Zealand. In 5, Philip Nausien of Vanuatu. In 6, Rodney Nanasini from Tonga. In 7, Windsor Kakao of Nauru. In lane 8, Lachlan Kazonyi from the Regional Australia team. And rounding out our field in lane 9, Junior David of the Solomon Islands. Our starters in the men's 100 metre.
We mentioned before, top seed here as a party from Australia. Keep an eye on Caden Taylor as well from New Zealand.
Party's had a busy couple of months.
Getting good shape. Keen to just get through this unscathed.
A bit of unsettled athlete action on the blocks. The officials have called them back. Recompose themselves before we call them back to the blocks to get the first of these prelims underway. First three qualify automatically. Take the fourth fastest through to the final.
Good way to start this 100, and we've got As a Party who's moved out into that leading position and very much wanting to wrap this up relatively quickly. We've also got the Kiwi in Taylor running through very well just to get the easy progression to the next stage of competition.
As a Party over easy, almost walking across the line. Certainly conserving over those last 10 metres. We did mention he's had a busy month or two, and there it is, our time at 10:56. Josh as a Party, Caden Taylor of New Zealand in second with a time of 10:72, and Lachlan Kazonyi of the Regional Australia team, our third place automatic qualifier through to the final with a time of 10:93.
We've mentioned a couple of times that one of the big reasons why a lot of these top quality athletes come to these great competitions like this is to learn to put themselves and their bodies under a little bit more pressure in competition, and having to run more than 100 metres, more than 100 metre event across multiple days requires some added training, and that's something that As a Party will definitely be keen to do, just to make sure he does what he needs to do to make it through to the final. So we also mentioned before that the first three qualifiers will make it through. Well, first three will make it through, and then we've got the little queue. So we're at the moment, we've got 4 tentative little queues that go through to the next stages, which are the semis. 4 heats for this afternoon. And I guess one of the great things about the 100 metres is that virtually every country in the world, every nation has sprinters. One of the great things about some of these championships, particularly the Oceania Championships, is that we virtually see every nation compete in this event.
We do indeed. And for many, particularly smaller countries who may only have the opportunity to send one athlete to an Olympic Games or a World Championship, it is quite often a 100-metre sprinter. Get ready for the second of our 4 heats. In lane 1 from Nauru, we'll have Jonah Harris. In lane 2 from Samoa, Tavita Hunt. From the Cook Islands, in lane 3, Max Tarua. In lane 4 from Hawaii, Terence Altida. In 5 from Tonga, Sione Vakata. In lane 6 from New Zealand, Rylan Noom. In 7, representing Papua New Guinea, Leroy Kamau. In 8, representing New Zealand, Tian Welpton. And in lane 9 from Tonga, Petelo Nanasini. Your field for the second of our 100-metre heats.
another good field here. The New Zealander on the outside there, Welpton. One of the fastest in Oceania. Again, we'll be keen to just get through here. So we've got Noom from New Zealand, so we could have a bit of a battle here between the two Kiwis.
Yeah, Welpton comes in with a 10.1.
So we're getting a clean start here in the 100, and Welpton has got off to a flying start. We've also got a Teeter in the middle, also Tarua on the outer side, but Welpton looks as if he's just going to regularly stroll through as expected. Just need to give the legs a bit of a shake out and just make sure you need to do what you need to do to get through to the next stage.
He did look very smooth. Also liked the movement from Leroy Kamau, and in lane 3 also looking very strong. Came home well for third. So seeing our results coming through, it was Welpton in 1, Ryland Noom from New Zealand second with a time of 10.8, and Leroy Kamau from Papua New Guinea in 4th place with a time of 10.83.
Yeah, I'm really proud of Leroy Kamau. You can just see how much effort he puts into those final 5 to 10 metres. He wasn't in that top 3 around the 90 metre mark, but then really just ran through and did what any junior runner gets taught in the early days, and that is just to run through right to the finish, and he did exactly that. And because of that, he's earned himself a automatic qualifying to the next stages of our hundreds. But as expected, we've got the 2 Kiwis that made it as well. So it'll be, the focus will obviously be on the top 3, and then we're also looking at the little Qs as well. And at this stage, any time outside of 11 seconds will not make it through to the semi. So we're going to have to run a sub 11. Jonah Harris from Nauru has the furthest little Q with 11.02. She ran that in that heat.
Pius Vissel from Papua New Guinea will be one of our headline acts in this next heat. And heat 3 of the men's 100 metre. From Samoa in lane 2, Falatunatuna Solomona. In 3, representing regional Australia, Keanu Hewitt-Watson. In 4, representing Tonga, Tatali Kalamalu. In 6, representing Australia, Jackson Rowe. In 7, representing the Federated States of Micronesia, Stan Costa. In 8, representing Guam, Jeffrey Lemtiako. And in 9, representing Papua New Guinea, Pius Vissel.
So Rowe with the fastest time in this field. Although in terms of popularity out there, I reckon Lemtiako had a few cheering fans out there.
Certainly the Guam athletes and supporters are known for making a bit of noise. Pius Vissel shown great improvement over the last 12 months. The brother of Toya, one of Papua New Guinea's greatest athletes. And the Vissel name has been a regular at Oceania Championships over the last 15 plus years.
Based on how he's been moving at the moment, I reckon he should find a way to get the big Q and make it through to the next stage. Another clean start here. We've got Rowe right in the middle that's flying, but we've also got Vissel on the outer side, who we mentioned before might be able to find a way to get to the big queue, and he certainly does. We've also got the regional Australian athlete flying through, Hewitt Watson. I reckon he might be our third qualifier. Rowe getting through with the regulation. Vissel also on the outer side. And we're just waiting on our final results. And indeed, Hewitt Watson from regional Australia make it through. So Rowe, Vissel and Hewitt Watson through to the semi. I mentioned before that any time outside of 11 seconds will not make it through. It's going to make it harder now with some of these 10.9s. Kolomalu at this stage, comfortable enough.
Rowe looked very comfortable, easing down toward the line, having a look around. So like the form of Vissel, it looked very comfortable.
We mentioned before 4 preliminaries, 3 big queues and 4 little queues. So right now we have 3 athletes that have run 10.96 that are the little queues. So it's going to go down to the milliseconds to break these up. So essentially in this field, if you run faster than 10.95, you're going to make it through either with a big or little queue.
Three heats down, 1 to go. And in our 4th heat of the men's 100, in lane 2, representing regional Australia, Leroy Dempsey. In lane 3, representing Samoa, Johnny Malua. In 4, representing New Zealand, Hayatu Yoneto. In 5, representing Papua New Guinea, Tovatuna Tuna. In 6, representing the Marshall Islands, William Reid. In 7, from the Cook Islands, Piratau Na. In 8, representing Tonga, Jordan Valala. And in lane 9, representing Australia, Jai Gordon.
So the Australian here with the fastest time, he's on the outer side, but the battle's going to be in lane 2, 3 and 4. Dempsey with a 10.79, Malau with a 10.66 and Yoneto with a 10.43. So there's going to be quite the contest on the inner lanes. Don't want to rule out Tuna from Papua New Guinea as well. So it could be anyone's game. As mentioned before, 10.95 is the time they want to run faster than. Yeah, it's nice to see some clean starts, and unfortunately, we didn't get it on that occasion. I thought there was a couple of athletes that might have got out a little earlier. So we're just going to wait and see what comes through from the officials. They walk over. I reckon that's a green card. Can we see that's a green card? It's a green card, so it's all clear. That's what you want to see. So we all regroup and get our way back to the start. time that we want to be achieving is 10.95. Anything slower than that, chances are you're not going to make it through. And we're underway. Gordon on the far side looking very good. We've also got Dempsey, Malau and Unito. Dempsey's looking very good on the inner side. Gordon just keeping an eye on the far side. Very tricky trying to run a qualifier from lane 9 when you've got competitors in 1 and 2.
Yeah, certainly the athletes from regional Australia, Samoa and New Zealand keeping each other company in lanes 2, 3 and 4, pushing it along. And as we're seeing the results come up onto the board, it looks like it was Gordon from Australia first across the line, from Hayato Unato from New Zealand in second, and we're just waiting on the third.
Yeah, it looked tight.
It looked very tight there between Johnny Malua of Samoa and Leroy Dempsey of the regional Australia team. I'm sure our officials are closely scrutinising that finish photo.
Yeah, we mentioned before, anything faster than 10.95 will get you through to the next stage. So that's the big, although we want to see the results.
Here's a look at that race. As you can see, Gordon from Australia got out quick, but was soon joined by the trio in the inside lanes.
Yeah, it was definitely the battle there between Dempsey and Malua. Tuna might have also got a relatively quick time next to his name, so they're deliberating a little bit longer here to make sure they get this right. So we've got Malua from Samoa.
Takes third place. So there you go. There's our top 3. Gordon from Unato to Malua in third. In fourth place with a very quick run, Leroy Dempsey. And in fifth place, also quick. And we think
that's good enough.
Quick enough for a qualifier. Tova Tuna from Papua New Guinea. So the quickest of our heats.
Yeah, we think that's going to be fast enough to get them through. So we're just going to find out who is our 4th athlete. We mentioned before that we've got 3, Solomona from Samoa, Nanasini from Tonga, and Kakioe from Nauru, who all ran 10.96s. So now we're going to go to the scrutiny to identify which of those 10.96s will make it through to the semi. But Tuna and Dempsey will definitely be going through with those little cues. I reckon that's a handy start for a number of those 100-metre runners. They plan to make it through to the next stages. Now we're just keeping an eye on the final results in the under-18 men's long jump, and it looks like that Harrison Dolman from Australia has maintained his top spot and has finished with a successful result of 7.19 and the only jumper over the 7-metre mark. So what a magnificent result from Harrison Dolman. Second place there from Australia, Luanva Vanua.
Ratu William. What a great name.
Yeah, he certainly got the crowd involved with his last couple of jumps. He jumped to 6.90. Taquan Su with a 6.67 rounding out the podium. So just seen the conclusion of that under 18 men's long jump. For those of you who are joining us for the very first time, welcome to Darwin. Welcome to the 2026 Oceania Athletic Championships. They're proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts, and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier athletics event to life here in Darwin. Their support is helping welcome athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition in the top end. My name is Lindsay Gunn, and I'm sitting with Matt Mahon. It's been a wonderful first couple of hours here this afternoon.
It certainly has great conditions for running, jumping and throwing, and we've seen a lot of our juniors in action in the throws in particular. They've handled themselves really well, and also a really interesting men's under 18 long jump competition, which we just saw taken out by Harrison Dolman with a 7:19 from Ratu William Luana Vanua from Australia in second place with a 6:90, and Daquan Su from New Zealand rounding out the podium with a 6:67. And we've just gone through the first of our track events, our 100-metre heats.
So before we move on, we do have another field event that's taking place. This is the under 18 men's discus. And Angus Ewing from Australia, who is currently in first place, has thrown a 58.75 and has decided to just break the meet record with his first attempt.
Nothing like, and smashing a championship record. 57.85 was the old mark. Mason Hughes from Australia, if you're tuning in, that mark you set in June 2019 is no longer. Well done.
Made it look very easy with that first attempt, didn't he?
He did.
No warm-up needed.
He did indeed. And it's the Fijian in Setareki Dawai in second place in that competition. He's 4 metres behind our leader, Ewing, through a 54.97. And Jasper Seymour from Australia is currently in third place with a 50.99 on his first throw. So we're getting ready for our next events on the track, which will be our men's 200-metre para finals, and got a range of classifications in this event. So just a reminder for our viewers, it's not necessarily the first athlete across the line that is the winner. It's based on final results are based on classifications, and we saw some amazing results in our para events yesterday.
And I reckon a lot of these names, people who have been following these championships would be very familiar with.
Yeah, interesting. Coming up in this race, we've got Levu Scarpo from Vanuatu, who's a 26-year-old who was actually one of my performers of the day yesterday. I thought he picked up a bronze with a 94.37 performance in the 100-metre para final. So he's part of a small but highly talented team from Vanuatu. They've got 7 athletes here. And we'll be interested to see what Levu can do in this race coming up. We're now going to cross and introduce our competitors for the men's 200-metre para final. And in lane 1, representing Australia, Alexander McKillop. In lane 2, representing New Zealand, Finn Tregurtha Nan. In lane 3, representing New Zealand, Mitchell Joint. In lane 4, representing Vanuatu, Levu Scarpo. In lane 5, representing Australia, Benjamin Kalanyuk. In 6, representing Australia, Mitchell Warrilow. In lane 7, representing Australia, Juanito Stewart. And in lane 8, representing the regional Australia team, Lindsay Hendy. Your field for the men's 200-metre para final.
So as mentioned before, this is a final, and although the winner will be the fastest time visually, they'll need to do the calculations in the background. Where are these athletes competing in multiple disciplines over these few days? So we're underway in this 200 metre final. As mentioned before, got a good array of athletes from Northern and Southern Australia, New Zealand, Vanuatu and regional Australia. As we're coming down the home straight for the finish. Mitchell Joint looking very strong right now and has put in a very big fighting kick to take out this 200 in terms of the run. We've seen him previously. He ran in the 100 final yesterday.
He did, and Mitchell Warrawollo was second across the line, and Lindsay Hendy, who we also saw in a number of events yesterday, third across the line there.
Well, Lindsay Hendy was competing in 2 events at the same time yesterday.
He certainly was a busy man, wasn't he?
Javelin and long jump. So again, he's crossed there in third. Warrawollo has a pretty big program as well. He's got 400s and 800s coming up later in the program. Only 16 years of age as well. So he's a good talent. And it's great to have para in the competition as well.
It's been a fantastic addition to the Oceania Championships that's gradually built over the last few championships. And we're seeing a number of athletes here that are hoping to head to the Commonwealth Games, representing their countries later this year. And we've seen some great performances.
I reckon every nation probably say that they're very pleased with the introduction of this. And there's been a great growth in para participation all across the Oceania region. And I reckon there's one name in particular here that probably went to bed feeling pretty good.
It is indeed. Certainly Danielle Aitchison, who we'll see in our women's 200 final, broke a world record yesterday. The New Zealander, what a great day for her. She certainly would have slept well.
Oh, if I broke a world record, I'd be sleeping pretty good as well.
I'm not sure how I'd feel about getting up and running at 200 the next day. However, you know you're in red hot form, so why wouldn't you? What excitement.
Well, that's true.
To go out and do that.
Talk about riding the wave and running with that momentum.
Absolutely.
Got another big local favourite also competing in lane 6 for us this afternoon.
Yeah, Bracice Britton was as a Territorian. She was involved in the opening ceremony yesterday. Very proud girl. Had a lot of family and friends cheering her on and supporting her in the crowd, and I'm sure they're back here today as they watch her in the women's 200 final.
So we're not going to be too far away from the commencement from this event. As mentioned before, this is a final, so no second chances. We'll keep an eye on any updates that come through in the discus well when they come to hand. For those of you who are in the top end, this whole competition is free entry. And I reckon with some of the talent that we've seen, not only yesterday and today, but also coming up on a global scale, it is worth every cent.
Why stop pitching it just at the top end? Yeah, it's 16 degrees in Melbourne today. It's only a short air trip away. Get to Darwin.
I'm from Adelaide, and I reckon they had 30 mil around the other day, and we had flash flooding apparently. What would 30 mil do up here?
30 mil would probably drop in about 10 minutes and then the sun would come out.
Well, the sun has come out this afternoon as well. We had some overcast conditions, and now it's certainly clearing. So if you won the toss, I would have bowled this morning.
Absolutely, and with that, the clearing of the clouds, the wind seems to have dropped a little. We will endeavour to get you some wind readings on some of these events as they progress. And we just see, for those who are tuning in at home, our 200 women finalising their preparation for this final that will be with us in a few minutes' time.
Well, it looks like the wind reading from that previous 200 was plus 1.3. So within legal range.
Is good news for our athletes.
So a bit of an Australian affair here. We've got one New Zealander, although I would say it's a pretty prominent New Zealander.
Yes, certainly the form athlete going in.
They're just in their final preparations.
And introducing our finalists for the women's 200 metre para run. In lane 1 from Australia, Anouk Laverty. In 2, also Australia, Alexis Bruce. In lane 3, representing New Zealand, Danielle Aitchison. In lane 4, representing Australia, Marley Lovell. In lane 5, representing Australia, Talaya Blacksmith. In lane 6, representing Australia, Bryces Britton. In lane 7, representing Australia, Sabella Wharton. And in lane 8, rounding out this final, representing Australia, Natalie Millard.
Britain with the loudest cheer there. The hometown runners. Got Laverty in the New South Wales singlet on the far right. Alexis Bruce, the South Australian kit. I saw Blacksmith yesterday running very well in the 100 final. Coming through in second place. So she's also in pretty good shape.
A lot of our para-athletes were involved in a pre-championship camp up here in Darwin, which culminated in a classification process, and was a good example of partnership between Australian athletics and Oceania athletics to put that on, and I know many of these athletes took part in that.
Yeah, they're all feeling pretty good after that camp too, so no doubt we'll get some good results out of this run. So we're underway in this women's 200 metre para final. Mentioned before, not necessarily the fastest runner comes through. Blacksmith is looking very strong out in that leading position. He's absolutely flying. We've got the New Zealander coming also through, and she's put in a mighty performance. But look at this finish here from Blacksmith. We've also got Millard coming through on the outer side. Aitchison also from New Zealand.
And Bryces Britton across the line in 4th. So they were your top 3 across the line. Blacksmith, Millard, Aitchison, Britton in 4th, Alexis Bruce 5th, Anouk Laverty 6th, Marley Lovell 7th and Sabella Wharton 8th across the line. Of course, with the range of classifications, the first across the line doesn't necessarily equate to our final places.
No, it doesn't. And generally what happens is they'll do their classifications, they will tally up the points, and then they'll release the unofficial results. And then you have a period of time in which you can contest those results. And once that period of time elapses, we can then formally announce the winner of these events. So traditionally they do take a little bit longer, but we tend to try and get them right before we release them to the public. So right now with the men's 200, we're in that final appeal period. Not too many times that we do see any appeals. But again, if you're using the Athletics Oceania live page, you can stay in touch with everything that's going on around this event here in Darwin. So very good Para 200 events that have just been completed. Starting to get a few more people coming through the gates this afternoon, or making sure they seat themselves in the shade. The sun is certainly getting a little bit bitier towards the back end of the day. This is the footage here of the discus that's wrapping up. All of the athletes are finishing up for the day, and the Australian who threw magnificently from the very first throw through a meet record of 58.75 has taken out that under 18 men's discus with just the first attempt. And tell you what, why do you need to have another go when you can just land that straight away?
Went boom, didn't he? Angus Ewing, gold medalist in that event. And we should give some credit also to Setaraki Dewai from Fiji, who was our second place getter with a 54.97, and throwing a 50.99, Jasper Seymour of Australia. It was a really good competition. Always great to see a meet record go. Our first today.
Yes, hopefully a first of many.
We had a few yesterday. It was good.
Yeah. Of course, there's quite a good recent history of Australian male discus throwers. One in particular.
He's in pretty good form at the moment.
Yes.
Big Matt Denny. We love Matty Denny. Bit of a great role model for throwers from all over the world.
Not only Australia, but also regional Australia.
Absolutely. And one of the real characters.
So we've got a little break in the program for our field events. An overview of what we've got for the rest of the afternoon on the schedule. We've got the women's under 18 long jump final. That'll be starting in around 30 minutes time. So we won't be too far away from seeing those athletes get themselves into a warm-up position. And then we've got a few big senior events coming up this evening. We've got the men's shot put.
Yeah, the big boys come out to play. Absolutely. And we've got a pretty red-hot field there. Big Jacko Gill from New Zealand, who's our championship, set the championship record actually in 2019 through a 20.75. Tommy Walsh, of course, holds the Oceania record with that big 22.90 that he threw 6 or 7 years ago.
I reckon that'll be up threat tonight as well.
I think so.
Also got the women's high jump final. Be a really competitive field where I also reckon the record could fall tonight as well. The meet record is 186. That was set 2019 from Josephine Rees from New Zealand. reckon there'll be a few of those who will get close, if not greater than that mark today. And also rounding out this afternoon, we've got the women's discus senior final as well. So still a fair bit left to come on the program for this afternoon in the way of field.
Absolutely, and in that field, in fact, we've got Adamala from Tonga, who's our 3-time Oceania champion. Can she make it 4?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident for her, I reckon.
She's looking good and throwing well, so yeah, really looking forward to that competition.
It's hard to win 1, but when you win 3, it's pretty unbelievable, isn't it?
It is great form, great throwing, and she's a big character. We love her here at the Oceania Championship. She's been a great supporter and always got a smile on her face. Was in fact the flag bearer for the Team Tonga, or one of the flag bearers, I should say, in the opening ceremony. And
I guess talent grows talent, doesn't it? When you see someone that quality in Tonga, certainly brings a lot of those juniors up to want to compete and match her as well.
It does, and we've seen some strong performances. There's 31 athletes here from Tonga. Quite a few of them competing in more than one event too, and seen a real excitement there. They had the Tonga National Championships recently that I understand were a great success, and many of the athletes that are here with us this week were successful in those championships.
So we're going to turn our attention back to the track. This is the men's under 18 400 metre final. And I guess in terms of track events for this championship, the senior 400 metres is one of the more exciting events. And I tell you what, some of the talent that's coming through in the under 18s, I reckon some of these will be getting a look in the next couple of years.
Absolutely. And I mean, you only have to look at the meet record, which is held by Reese Holder. If you're looking for an example of, what people from this competition can go on to achieve, he ran a 47.38 way back in 2019. Testing my memory, I'm in Townsville.
Yes.
And he obviously, I believe, ran the 3rd fastest 400 split at the World Relays in Botswana recently. So certainly has continued to improve every year.
We're just going to be going through their warm-up stages. Now, the thing with most national open championships is they have qualifying times of around 50 to 52 for the 400s, and pretty much, and that's for open. And most of these under 18s are already running qualifiers that could make open championships in a lot of these countries.
Absolutely. I mean, in this case, if we're looking ahead at this final, certainly Dylan Rooming has got a PB of 49.89, and let's not forget Brooklyn Bennett from Regional Australia, who we'll see shortly. He's got a PB of 49.05. So, some quick times there. Introducing our athletes for the men's under 18 400 metre final. In lane 1, representing French Polynesia, Melvin Chella. In lane 2, representing French Polynesia, Noah Constant. In 3, representing New Zealand, Barnaby Todd. In 4, representing Australia, Dylan Rooming. In 5, representing Regional Australia, Brooklyn Bennett. In lane 6, representing Australia, Caleb Lewis. In 7, representing Australia, Kai Cullens. And in lane 8, representing New Zealand, Alex Walker.
So we mentioned before we've got the two middle lanes to keep an eye on. Rooming in the green singlet. Bennett from Regional Australia, both running under 50 for their semis to make it through to the final. Certainly wouldn't rule out Cullens from Australia on that outer side. Good contest here with the French Polynesians as well on the inner lanes. So we're underway in the under 18 men's 400 final. Now the key battle here is going to be who makes use of the turns and who makes the best use on the back straights. And Cullen has certainly put in some hard yards in the early stages and taking out that early position. Lewis is also working very, very well. Bennett from Regional Australia is there as well as Rumming. So it's going to be the 3 Australians and the Regional Australian with less than 200 to go. Cullen is starting to fatigue. Lewis is there on the inner side. We've got Rumming who will be entering in that home straight in first position. Now the challenge is going to be able to hold on. Bennett has an unbelievable kick, but Rumming is also holding on there. We've got Cullens and Lewis, but this is very good here from Rumming, and he's going to take through with a very, very fast time, well under that 50 mark. Much better than his previous run, and that was absolutely magnificent from the Australian to take out the men's under 18 400 final. That was magnificent with a 47 flat. And believe it or not, he's run faster than Reese Holder, who had the record 6 years ago. Well, not anymore.
It's gone. Just like that. Dylan Rooming, a really strong run to the line. In second place, Kai Cullens from Australia with a time of 47.69. And in third place, Caleb Lewis, Australia, in a time of 48.57, just ahead of Brooklyn Bennett from Regional Australia in fourth place.
Wow, how unbelievable was that? Got off to an absolute flyer. You can see there Cullens really making good use of that bend in the early stages. And then you can see on that back straight, there was a fair bit of work that was put into Bennett, the Regional Australian runner. But Rooming just continuing to maintain really good stride. Really just made magnificent use of that final bend and then just had to run as hard as he could to kick through to that final stage. And you can just see towards the end, like he was very, very happy with that time and that performance. When you talk about future runners to keep an eye on in Australia, I think he's definitely one of those. Dylan Rooming. Don't ever forget that name. So the last two events that we've seen here, we've seen meet records fall.
We have. Aren't we happy with that?
Gee, I tell you what, the conditions here are almost perfect for running personal bests and throwing personal bests too. Obviously, we've just seen one in the discus as well.
Yeah, interesting. Particularly, just going back to Rooming, he's been selected for World Juniors, and it would be with a run like that, it'll be really interesting. He should go in well placed and to perform well. He's certainly in good form.
He certainly made that last 150 look pretty easy. He got into a really comfortable rhythm, and I guess when you're in tune with your body and you're feeling good and in good shape and in some relatively good form.
It's a PB for him as well. His previous PB was a 47.17, which he set earlier this year in Brisbane. So he has continued on well from national championships, and as I said, well placed going into the World Junior Championships, which will be held in August in Eugene, Oregon. Australia sending its biggest ever team to a World Juniors. Many of today's current crop of Australian stars were performing at the 2014 World Juniors, which were also held in Oregon. So who knows? We fast forward 10 or so years, and maybe this crop will be the household names that bunch have become.
And I guess who you talk to, it's the home of track and field.
It is Tracktown, USA.
Plenty of talent coming through. We mentioned before, don't forget the name. 47 flat. 47.69 for Cullens in the second position, and Lewis with a 48.57. So, just give an overview of our 200 metre para finals for those who are very interested to know. They've done all the calculations and we've got our medalists. So we'll run through the men's 200. So our gold medalist with a percentage score of 95.58 is Benjamin Kalanyuk from Australia. In second spot with 93.6, Mitchell Warrilow. And in third place from New Zealand, 92.92% with Mitchell Joint. So very impressive performance from all of those three. And we've got the women's that have come through as well.
We have indeed, and it's yesterday's world record holder, Danielle Aitchison, who was the winner. Again, with a very strong performance, and it'll be interesting to see how that stacks up amongst the world best. A 102 in first place. Talea Blacksmith, who was blistering on the track, in second, also with a very strong 98.69 performance, and Marley Lovell rounding out the podium from Australia with a 94.09. So Aitchison, a world record yesterday and a win, and back at the top of the podium again today.
Yeah, curious to see what that result means on the global scale as well. Takes a little longer to ratify certain performances.
I'm sure we'll hear the cries from the Kiwis pretty quickly as soon as it has been. So
she's certainly fantastic to develop parasport in New Zealand, particularly in the sprinting scene.
She is indeed. We're getting closer to our next event on the track, which is the women's under 18 400s. One of our athletes to watch in this is a young girl from French Polynesia, Hinava Janakar, who is making her international debut. She was a big performer yesterday in the 400 hurdles. Looked very strong in the first 300, faded a bit in the last, but ran a 105.62, and she runs a 60-second low 400. So I think she'll be one to watch in this event. Certainly only 16 years old, performed very well, caught the eye in those first 300 metres. Who's she likely to face some competition from in this?
Yeah, well, in the early stages, Sierra Williams is probably the one who is the in form in terms of the fastest seeded time coming in. He's 17 years of age and ran a 56.19, which was a meet record in the 8. She ran an 800 metres and broke the meet record only recently as well, so she's in flying form.
Introducing our athletes for the women's 400 metre under 18. In lane 2, representing French Polynesia, Hinavai Janakar. In lane 3, representing regional Australia, Bronte Bellett. In lane 4, representing Australia, Alice Hill. In lane 5, representing New Zealand, Eden Moyle. In lane 6, representing Australia, Sierra Williams. In 7, representing New Zealand, Phoebe Laker. And in lane 8, representing Australia, Kira Carlson. Your starters in the women's under 18 400 metre.
So we mentioned before, Sarah Williams breaking the under 18 800 metre meet record and is in flying shape. She's in lane 6, and I reckon there'll be a bit of competition with Phoebe Laker from New Zealand in lane 7. With the two to watch in this 400. I don't know about you, but I reckon this could be a close one.
Will come down to who runs a well-paced, well-judged race.
So we're underway. This is the under 18 women's 800 metres. And Laker has got off to an absolute flyer here from New Zealand. On that back straight there, we've got Kira Carlson, also from Australia, who is in the lead. Eden Moyle also around the mark, just checking on the outer side to see where Williams is. She's certainly flying up on that back straight. Laker on the outer side. Alice Hill's also performing very well, elevating herself. Certainly on the inner side, is certainly making good use of the bend, as Hill will be entering the home straight in the first position. The hunter has become the hunted, so Alice Hill from Australia is pushing through the fighting yard. She's actually increasing her margin. Hill is putting in an absolutely magnificent finish. She can see it from a distance, and she's almost there. What a magnificent run here from Alice Hill from Australia. That is a much improved time from her original run. Phoebe Laker from New Zealand coming through in second place. And Eden Moyle, the fellow Kiwi, there in third. And Sienna Williams there in 4. Unbelievable.
And we've seen another meet record for Alice Hill with a 53.8, taking the championship record away from Madeline Waddell of New Zealand. So we have another championship record set here at Arafura Stadium.
Unbelievable. This must be a very fast track. The amount of meet records that we are seeing.
It's hot.
I can't keep up half the time, isn't it? This is fantastic. Hot. Well, look, this was a magnificent start. You can just see the work on that back straight to claw her way into that leading position. You can just see the poise and the execution, just using that straight. Hill was just so focused, and you can just see the posture, just the calmness of the arm motion compared to some of the fellow runners. Just absolute poise. Didn't lose any of that stride. You can just see on the angle, you can just see the movement of the arms in some of the other runners versus hers. Just a great finish. Again, we've got a lot of good, strong Australian 400 metre runners. This is another one that's coming through. Alice Hill continues the streak of meet records breaking.
She's another one of those athletes that's been selected to head off to Eugene. And again, would be very happy, you know, coming off a championship record, going into your first World Junior Championships.
Yeah, it was a magnificent run from Hill. Just about to tick over 4:30 local time here in Darwin. Those of you who are joining us for the very first time, welcome to the Arafura Stadium here in the top end for the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships. Been an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage. They are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier athletics event to life here in Darwin. Their support is helping welcome athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition up here in the top end. Tell you what, the rest of the day's competition doesn't get too much hotter than what we can see on the screen right now.
It doesn't. This promises to be one of the great events of the day, the Open Women's 400 metre final. So
a few of these names we certainly have seen in previous events.
7 athletes. Again, some really big names.
Who do you like the look of?
Look, Mia Gross has had a great season at the Vic titles earlier this year. Victorian titles for those is one of our Australian states. Ran a 51.88 to take that out. She won silver at the Oceania Championships in 2024. So and has been in good form. Second, the Nationals. I think Ellie Beer will have a bit to say about that as well.
Definitely some talent there from Ellie Beer. Pretty much a 400 metre specialist, isn't she?
She is. And let's not forget Madeline Waddell, who just saw her championship record blown apart in the previous race. But she is the under 20 national record holder for New Zealand. She got a PB of 52.62, which she set last year, and has been in good form also.
Of course, the meet record fell in our last championships in 2024 by Ellie Beer, the 51.91. So I think Beer will be keen to maintain her stranglehold over this Oceania championship and taking out the 400.
Who knows? Maybe she can improve on it again.
Wouldn't that be something?
Wouldn't it ever? The Oceania record for the women's 400 held by a familiar name. One Catherine Freeman ran that amazing 48.63.
That was a good year for her in 96.
96 was a good year. So, yes, anyway, this promises to be a great event.
So you can see Beer on screen there, just getting herself locked in. Keen to progress her story after a pretty successful appearance at the Olympics in 2024 and of course 2025 World Champs in Tokyo. So Com Games will be in sight for her. I reckon, as you can see there, the sight will be the finish.
Introducing your field for the women's 400 metre final at the Oceania Championships. In lane 2, representing Australia, Mia Gross. In lane 3, representing regional Australia, Scarlett Southern. In lane 4, representing Australia, Ellie Beer. In 5, representing New Zealand, Jordan Blake. In lane 6, representing New Zealand, Holly Rule. In lane 7, representing Australia, Alice Dixon. And in lane 8, rounding out our field, representing the regional Australia team, please welcome Ella Penman.
So we mentioned before the meet record of 51.91 was run in our previous event in 2024 by Beer. reckon she's going to be pretty keen to maintain her form. Jordan Blake from New Zealand also in good shape at the moment. Going to be really, really impressive final. So we're underway here in the women's 400 metre final. Gross and Beer will be the two to keep an eye on. We've got the New Zealanders in Blake and Rule in 5 and 6 that are working their way up through on the back straight. We've also got Dixon from Australia, who has now moved into that leading position. Moving up through the back straight though is Ellie Beer. She's the one with the arm sleeves and is about to meet up with the New Zealanders. We've also got Gross on the inner side. This is a very, very mighty performance here so far from Alice Dixon, who is still maintaining, but the outer side is certainly going to cause some challenges for her. As expected, we're going to see our two finishers here, Mia Gross and Ellie Beer. Who is going to take it out? Beer coming through on the inner side. Gross is in front. Not for too long though. Who's going to catch up? Is Beer going to get there? Beer's putting in a mighty kick. She's going to get close to that time. Can Beer get there? Yes, she does.
The Beer holding on. What a great finish.
Tight.
To finish ahead of in a time of 51.99. Unofficial, of course, but going under that 52 mark, she'll be really pleased. Mia Gross in second, in a time of 52.25. Alice Dixon in third with a 52.62 ahead of Jordan Blake, Ella Penman, Holly Rule, Scarlett Southern from regional Australia in 7.
Gee, that was a magnificent run from Beer and Gross.
It was a really tight tussle. Gross loomed up at about the 200 metre mark alongside Ellie's shoulder and really, I sense, pushed out in front and then coming back in the home straight. And Ellie Beer said, "You're not getting it away with it that easily."
Tell you what, it was a really brave start from Alice Dixon. Just really, it's tricky when you're on those outer lanes, and especially when you know you've got a couple of good quality Australians coming behind you. It kind of forces you to just run a little bit on the quicker side, and she put in a mighty, mighty performance. You can see entering that home straight.
It was Gross by 3 or 4 metres.
Yeah, and then Beer with a mighty kick. You just see the stride length increase, the determination, the focus. Even afterwards, she was, got it done.
Well-paced race. They certainly knew they'd raced in Darwin in the heat at the end of that.
So what a magnificent way to start our 400 finals. And we see on the screen there our second 400 final. The runners just walking over to their starting positions. Talk about tight fields and talk about impressive fields. That men's 400 final is looking to be a very, very hot contest indeed.
Certainly is, and there's some really good racing in the prelims yesterday. In this, I was really impressed with Aidan Murphy's run. I thought he looked very smooth. He's had a big program. He's had a massive season too, has to be said. He feels like he's been around for a long time, partly because he really shot to prominence as an 18-year-old. He feels like as I said, he feels like he's been around a long time. He came out in 2022 and ran a 20:41 to break the Australian record, and then now, a 1988 to his name behind Gout. So,
and I think we mentioned yesterday, he's only the second man to go under 20, and unfortunately doesn't hold it. So there certainly needs to be. He's one of those runners that you'd love to talk about more.
Absolutely,
with what's coming through.
He's got a PB of 44.81 in this event, though, and he'll be heartened by the performances that we've seen so far. So
yeah, he's got the state records in the 100, the 200, and the 400. Hayden does, and he's done that all this season.
And he's also got the Oceania record for the men's 4x4, of course, which was set in Botswana. So his mother is familiar also to Aths fans, Tanya Van Heer.
So we also don't want to rule out who our current Oceania meet record holder is. Luke Van Radigan, who ran a 45.84 at the last championship to break that record.
He was one that I thought had plenty in the tank in the heats yesterday. I thought he certainly was looking noticeable. He was looking around, obviously trying to pace himself across the week. But and let's not forget the New Zealander, Lex Ravel Lewis. So he's a 45.88 man, set in Adelaide this year. He's won the national championships in New Zealand a couple of times, so fairly tidy over the 1 and the 2 as well. So it's sure to be a good race.
Tell you what, I'm also looking forward to seeing Jeremiah Rogo from Fiji.
Yes, Jeremiah.
He ran well with a 47.84 to make it through to this final.
He did indeed. He was the 6th fastest, and his previous PB before this meet was a 49.03, so a good advancement yesterday. He's done a lot of his running in New Zealand, the Fijian, and well known on the New Zealand scene. But starting out in lane 8, he will certainly have to focus on his own race and remain composed, and not take it out too hard and get carried away, which is easier said than done when you're running out there on your own. But certainly Jeremiah showed some great form yesterday.
It's always fascinating when you are running a 400 final against also teammates when you do relays. And of course, there's a very unique position for a lot of these Australian runners that they're competing against each other, but also they work together in a team and compete in relays.
They certainly do. There's been a real growth and emergence of the relay program in Australia in recent years. They had a full contingent went to Botswana to the World Relays, and they are the only country to have qualified a team in every relay event for the World Championships next year. So really getting the rewards for that investment, and the athletics community in Australia, and really backing it. I think there was something like 17 coaches involved in preparing the members of the team, and which shows a great buy-in from the coaching community. So
very much looking forward to this. Just want to also point out there on the inside lane, we just saw footage of William Tate, who is our only under 20 runner in this 400. He'll be keen to go under that 50 mark, but there's some good, genuine future talent as well. Under 20 making it through to a senior final. This experience will be fantastic for him. So we're not too far away from the start of this men's 400 senior final.
Introducing your starters for the men's 400 metre final at the Oceania Championships. In lane 1, representing regional Australia, William Tate. In lane 2, representing Papua New Guinea, Daniel Bow. In lane 3, representing New Zealand, Kahurangi Cottrell. In lane 4, representing New Zealand, Lex Ravel Lewis. In 5, representing Australia, Aidan Murphy. In lane 6, representing Australia, Luke Van Rattingen. In lane 7, representing Australia, Thomas Reynolds. And in lane 8, representing Fiji, Jeremiah Rogo. Your starters for the Open Men's 400 metre final.
So we've seen 3 meet records in a row. Narrowly missing in the women's 400.
Can the big boys make it 4?
Radigan has the previous one. But let's not rule out Reynolds and Murphy. Geez, some really nice start there from Rogo on the outer side from Fiji. We've got Reynolds and Murphy. Now, Murphy is certainly a lot stronger around the bend as he starts to make his way up against Van Radigan. Reynolds is moving hard on the back straight. So Murphy and Van Radigan and Reynolds. Reynolds is putting in some solid work, but let's not rule out Murphy, who's coming through on that inner side. We still have Reynolds, who's working very, very hard. Van Radigan is still there. It's going to be an Australia 1, 2, 3 coming through in the home straight. The question is, who's going to hold on? Murphy from South Australia. He's been running impressively well in the 400 so far this season. He's run amazingly, putting through some mighty hard yards. He's got some competition on the far side, but he's going to take it out. Aidan Murphy has run a magnificent finish in this men's 400 and has just broken the meet record with a 44.44. What an unbelievable finish. And that was an absolutely remarkable conclusion to that men's 400.
It certainly was. Aidan Murphy taking out the championship record from Thomas Reynolds, who also ran inside the previous record. Murphy in a 44.44, unofficial of course, from Reynolds in a 44.69. Van Radigan ran a valiant race, 45.04. And Lex Revel Lewis from New Zealand was our 4th place getter. Also really impressed with Jeremiah Rogo too, who looks like he may have also improved again on his personal best.
Yeah, you can just see Aidan Murphy's just so strong off the bend, and he really did some quality stuff on the back straight, but again, like just his strength around the bend, this is certainly why he's become a really impressive 200 metre runner. And of course in the 400 you get 2 bends, and just exploding from that far side, he's certainly put in a mighty kick.
He spent a lot of time this season working on his speed, and his coach has had him doing a lot of speed work. It's going to be really interesting over the next 12 months watching his development as he focuses on building out his 400 metre CV. I think we can expect to see further improvement from Aidan. He's a really exciting talent over 400 metres.
And his previous best was 44.81.
Wow.
So he's just bettered that, and he's continuing that form.
So any fear that flying around the world running 400s was going to tire him out was ill-founded. He's in great form.
Unbelievable. And if anyone says anything about the heat and the humidity doesn't create fast running, I reckon that's not the case up here, is it?
It's not today. And in fact, this championship is really shaping up as, you know, I don't want to put the mocker on it, but the first 2 days so far are really, all signs are pointing to the greatest ever. So from an Oceania point of view, it is very exciting. The level of performance and the depth of performance, I think, is the other thing that's been really impressive. It's not just the first 1 or 2 in fields. We're seeing tightness in the top 5, 6 and beyond, and even athletes fighting to make some of the finals in some of these events. So really,
we mentioned that talent creates greater talent, and when you're chasing, the next leader, that's just going to make you want to run faster. And we're seeing that with a lot of our middle distance running in a number of nations.
We certainly are.
Well, what an exciting conclusion to the 400s. It was an absolutely magnificent result.
Wow, so it certainly was. Just looking at that, we may have had maybe more than one PB in that, or several PBs in that final. So Reynolds possibly also running a lifetime best. As we see on the screen, our athletes coming out for the first of 3 heats of the women's 100-metre open, and sure there are certainly are some familiar faces in this field.
Well, they're just finalising the results of that men's 400. The top 4 runners actually broke the meet record.
Wow, that is amazing.
I don't remember the last time I saw that, if I've ever seen that.
Just shows the fantastic depth that we were just talking about in these fields.
So we're going to turn our attention to the women's 100 metres, and we've got the preliminaries coming up. So we have 3 heats for us this afternoon. We're looking for our 2 fastest qualifiers. They will make it through to the final, and then we've got 2 little queues. So I guess the aim of the game here is to just make it through with the automatic qualifier by running the big queue.
Yeah, no, always nice to come in.
Yep.
Go bang, get the business done, pick up your kit and go back to the hotel.
So we're going to be seeing some really impressive runners over the next couple of heats. No more impressive than Zoe Hobbs, who's running in lane 3 in the first of the heats, who is our meet record holder, which she ran in 2022 with an 11:09.
She is absolutely a star. Oceania record holder. She also had a 6th place at the World Indoors over 60. So semi-finalist at the World Championships, and last year was ranked number 12 in the world. So there we see her going through her paces and her warm-up. New Zealand's first sub-11 100-metre sprinter, and is well and truly a household name in that country.
It's a pleasure to have someone like Zoe Hobbs here at these Oceania Championships. Certainly elevates the status of these events, doesn't it?
It certainly does. Let's not forget the rest of the field. Who else do you like?
I'll tell you what, there's a couple of good Islanders that I really am keen to see how they perform. Chloe David has been running some personal bests in the last season or 2 and doesn't get too many opportunities. Violetta Luca as well will be pretty keen to run a personal best here.
She certainly will.
From Tuvalu.
And I see Helena Young from Fiji, who's also well known to fans of our sport across Oceania. Introducing your starters for the first of 3 heats in the women's 100-metre run at the Oceania Championships. In lane 2 from Tonga, Tiuti Lahungo. In 3, representing New Zealand, Zoe Hobbs. In lane 4, representing Australia, Ebony Lane. In lane 5, representing Fiji, Helena Young. In lane 6, representing Tuvalu, Violetta Luca. In lane 7, representing Vanuatu, Chloe David. And in lane 8, representing regional Australia, Cadell Smith, your starters in the first heat of the women's 100 metre.
So Zoe Hobbs here, just needing to get through this unscathed. Hopefully a little bit better than her top. There's a little rip there. Ebony Lane as well has an advantage being able to run next to Hobbs. Be a good way to gauge how the run goes. So we're underway in the first of these women's 100 heats, and as expected, Hobbs getting off to a very, very impressive start alongside her Ebony Lane, and they'll be our 1 and 2 that will make it through to the final. I reckon the Fijian has come through in third.
Helena Young, who we spoke about before the race, yes, she certainly looked pretty comfortable in third, ahead of Cadell Smith in the regional Australia team. I think has got there for fourth place in that heat. So all eyes will be on the big Q and then the time.
Yeah,
so the wait for those who aren't the auto qualifiers.
So there's no semis in this one. This is the prelim and then it goes straight through to the final. So really just want to run the two fastest, which Hobbs does. 11:11. Tell you what, Hobbs was very, very close to breaking the meet record with that preliminary run.
There's not much in it. I'm really looking forward to seeing what she can do in the final. Certainly she's here in tip-top shape. So, and let's not forget Ebony Lane at 11:29. The two athletes will be sitting on the edge of their seats as we watch the next two, Helena Young from Fiji and Cadell Smith from the regional Australia team. Next in line, but they're in the hot seat.
You kind of feel that given that Hobbs was in that heat, you probably think that that would be the faster of the heat. So you're going to have to run some pretty quick times to get those little cues in. So a very, very good start. Hobbs narrowly missing the meet record, but looking forward to seeing how she concludes with Lane. So not too far away from the second of our third heats. I mentioned before, the top two fastest will automatically make it through to the final. And then we've got the little cues as well.
Claudie David from Vanuatu. I'm pretty sure that was her sister Chloe in the last heat.
Oh, fantastic.
Introducing your starters in Heat 2 of the women's 100 metre. In Lane 1, representing Vanuatu, Claudie David. In Lane 2, representing Australia, Georgia Harris. In Lane 3, representing New Zealand, Kendra Scully Tui. In Lane 4, representing Fiji, Braylon Yee. In Lane 5, representing the Cook Islands, Estelle Short. In Lane 6, representing Samoa, Simone Tufunai. And in Lane 8, representing Guam, Alea Ray Castro. Your starters in the second heat of the women's 100 metre.
Yeah, so good looking field in this second one. We mentioned before that probably the first heat will be the fastest, so they're going to have to really run pretty quick to make it through to the final. Georgia Harris probably the fastest seeded athlete here this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm expecting she'll have a pretty good tussle with Kendra Scully Tui from New Zealand. They're side by side. They're fairly similar in terms of their reputation and standard. But let's wait and see. Let's not also forget the Samoan, Simone Tufunai, who's going to be out in 6. And expecting some good things from her, hearing from the camp that she's in good form. And so anything could happen.
We saw some good sportsmanship there before with Tafuni and Short shaking hands and acknowledging when their name was announced.
No, it's great.
Which was very, very good. A lot of the Islanders have trained with each other, and now they get to compete.
Here we go. Handing over to our officials.
So we're underway, as mentioned before. No, we're not.
We're not underway. Bit of unsteadiness in the blocks.
Mm.
Not sure if there was a jump. We'll wait and see what the officials say. Whether it was just one of our athletes a little unsettled or a break.
I didn't see any obvious movements.
No, I didn't either. Obviously, we're wishing for a clean start every time. We'll see. The officials are having a chat, and I think we're about to learn the fate of the field. And it looks like we do have... It's a bit hard to see from here with the light, but it looks like that may have been a red card.
We've got some deliberation going on. That is still short.
Looks like it is still short from Cook Islands. Unfortunately, the officials deeming that to be a break, who won't take part in this heat.
So we're down to 6 in the second heat now. Mentioned before the 2 fastest and 2 little cues. There we go, much cleaner start. Got Harrison, Scally Tui from Australia and New Zealand putting through some fighting yards. And as expected, 1, 2, 3. Got the Samoan.
Australia, New Zealand, Samoa. Yes, a great performance there from Georgia Harris at 11:42, ahead of Kendra Scally Tui from New Zealand with an 11:56, and Simone Tafunai from Samoa rounding out our podium with an 11:95, which at this stage is not going to be quick enough to allow her to progress.
No, it's not. That's the challenge of running in that fast heat. The little cues become faster as well.
So the non-auto qualifiers from Heat 1 remain live. Just seeing some vision of our winner, Georgia Harris from Australia. We might just check the time for that event. Looks like she... So, very slick.
I've got around a 1.5. That was a 1.9 wind. So it's certainly picking up.
That was a time for Georgia, an 11:42. Got a best of 11:41, so she's in red hot shape.
Now just keeping an eye on the little Q results here. So 11:86 is the time that Smith ran in that first heat. So realistically, we're going to need time faster than 11:86 to make it through to the final. So we are just about to get ourselves ready for the third heat. $11.86 is the time to be targeting to make it through to the final.
Introducing our starters in the third and final heat of the women's 100 metres. In lane 1, representing the Regional Australia team, Aviva Damjanovic. In lane 2, representing New Zealand, Brooke Summerfield. In lane 3, representing Nauru, Veena Gabur. In lane 4, representing Australia, Chloe Mannix-Power. In 5, representing Regional Australia, Michaela Webb. In lane 6, representing French Polynesia, Amy Valet. And in lane 7, representing Papua New Guinea, Hefziba Ramalis. Starters for your third heat of the women's 100 metres.
I reckon in terms of crowd support, Valet probably had the louder one out of them all.
She certainly did have a few cheers.
Summerfield and Mannix-Power are the two that are under the 12-second mark. So as mentioned before, 11.86 is the time to keep an eye on. Mannix-Power and Summerfield. Summerfield is putting in a mighty last 40 metres and putting in a magnificent finish. Mannix-Power is keeping up with her, and this is going to be a very tight conclusion. And I reckon that Michaela Webb...
Yeah, I had Summerfield first across the line for mine, I think.
Yeah.
And in fact, there we
Well
go.
done.
An 11.59 unofficial from Chloe Mannix-Power and Michaela Webb from the Regional Australia team. And great performance there also from Amy Valet, who finished really strongly from French Polynesia. So, yes, great third heat. What are the times telling us?
Yeah, it doesn't look like those times are going to be fast enough to make it through. So those two little queues that ran in the first heat will be fast enough to make it through to the final. And I'll tell you what, a really, really good contest there between the New Zealander and the Australian.
I really liked Summerfield's run there. She looked relaxed and composed the whole way through. Great drive.
Very strong off the blocks. I reckon she had the better of the start against Mannix-Power. And then towards the middle stages, it looked as if that she was going to find a way, and then Summerfield was able to hold on. So that concludes the 100-metre preliminaries for this afternoon for the men's and the women's. So we're going to have a bit of a change of pace here. We're going to head to the women's high jump. Or we're at least going to look at the start list of the women's high jump. One of the senior field events for this evening. Really good array of competitors in this one. We also mentioned a little earlier today the meet record of Josephine Rees from New Zealand is going to be under threat. Meet record of 186.
How are they going so far in this competition?
Well, we've had our first amount of athletes start away. Luhingoa, Tuiti Luhingoa from Tonga, cleared 150 and unfortunately was unable to clear 155. And yeah, the challenge with the high jump is that not every athlete starts at the same height, so you'll see some that will enter at different heights. We've just got two competitors, Taylor Troy from New Zealand and Genevieve Bosca from Australia, that have cleared 160, so they've got their campaigns off to a positive start. And the bar is about to be lifted to 165, so we're going to try and stay with the women's high jump as best as we can, because as mentioned before, we've got some good quality competitors in this field. And one of those competitors is an opportunity to take out a potential championship record. So we're going to be keen to keep an eye on that. Got the under 18 1500 finals that aren't too far away on the track. And then we're going to wait for Isabel Lewison-Rowe to enter the high jump arena. She just recently cleared a personal best of 195. So that's why we're very curious to keep an eye on that benchmark, because that is higher than the meet record. So we're going to be keen to bring that coverage to you. We're going to head back down to the track for the women's 1500 final.
Introducing your competitors for the women's 1500 metres under 18 at the Oceania Championships. In lane 1, Zoe St John representing Australia. In lane 2, representing New Zealand, Paige Dobson. In lane 3, representing New Zealand, Hannah McManus. In lane 4, representing New Zealand, Greta Hunter. In lane 5, representing Australia, Pippa Schwartz. And from the Northern Marianas Islands, Adelie Tafflinger in 6. Your starters in the women's 1500.
So we've got 3 New Zealanders, 2 Australians, and 1 from Northern Marianas. They're just deliberating over the line here.
The line, where is the line?
Tell you what.
Dobson standing head and shoulders above the field in terms of height in this field.
Yeah, look. Now we're going to get a good look at the footwear here, because you can see most of those are wearing Nike spikes, but we've got a pair of Sauconys on the inside. That's Zoe St John. She's the Australian, of course. We remember Zoe St John from last night.
We do indeed.
She broke the 800 metre meet record with a time of 2:07, and looks like she's starting things off pretty aggressively in this 1500.
She's started this one how she finished last night. Very determined to set an early tempo in this 1500 metre race. Paige Dobson from New Zealand and Pippa Schwartz just settling into a pace. Happy to let her go for a bit.
The 1500 is a really fascinating distance if you double, because a lot of these athletes will either double going down to an 800, or some of them will even go up and run a 3000, or even some cases a 5000. So 3 and 5 respectively. So it's really tricky to double with this distance. You can see there quite a pack forming, chasing Zoe St John, the Australian. Paige Dobson is leading the peloton, you could say. She's one of those athletes that will be doubling up in these championships, but she'll be doubling up tomorrow morning. She'll be running the 3000.
It's a busy schedule.
But sometimes it's an even tougher schedule when you're a junior athlete to when you're a senior athlete. There's really not much time to recover when you're racing a 15 and a 3000. That's pretty much 12 to 16 hours. So with 2 laps to go, we still have St John.
They've been happy to let her go, haven't they?
Yeah, no one seems to be wanting to press her. We've also got Pippa Schwartz. Now she also ran in the 800 yesterday. Ran a 2:31. And she's matching up with Dobson, and looks as if that she's going to be looking to move into that second position. So she's looking to probably try and push herself in terms of the pace.
She's just gone past Dobson too, which is an interesting move. Dobson's got a better personal best by about some 7 seconds. But at the moment, Schwartz happy to take a turn, rolling to the front.
Hannah McManus is also in that field from New Zealand. Now talk about the triple. She's running the 1500 tonight. She's also just completed the 800 yesterday, and she also did the women's javelin.
I'm tipping she's the only competitor in the women's javelin that's doing a distance.
Running an 800 and a 15. Absolutely, yeah. She probably is. So we're hearing the bell now for the final lap, and Zoe St John is about to put a kick on. So our meet record here is 4:30.81. That was run by Imogen Gardner in 2019.
She has a quick look over her shoulder.
Although she's been leading for most of the way, I wouldn't say that margin is completely comfortable, because Schwartz has been starting to just make a little bit more ground.
Yeah, I think,
and also Dobson doesn't seem to be brushing off. No,
we can definitely see that they're closing in on the leader, making some ground. I think our podium is set. The question is the order.
So right now, I think you'd probably wanting to be leading this 1500, and we can see a breakaway just ever so slightly between Schwartz and Dobson, whether Dobson can find a way to hold on. Now coming through in the final straight, we've still got St John. She just broke the meet record in the 800 only yesterday. The hunter has become the hunted, as now we've got Schwartz who's putting in a mighty, mighty kick. That gap is starting to increase a little bit, and it looks as if that Zoe St John from Australia is going to put in a big finish and will take out the women's 1500 under 18 final. Pippa Schwartz in 2, Paige Dobson from New Zealand in 3.
That was a very strong performance. I think she went through in around about a 4:34. Yes, a 4:34, just confirmed. She looked very strong, as she did last night.
Just relaxed and poised, and I guess control and comfortable with what she needed to do. Ultimately, the aim of the game here is to win the race.
We might not have seen a meet record, but we've seen a PB. Pippa Schwartz has eclipsed her PB. She's run a 4:37.18, so nice 1.5 second improvement there for her. So she'll be really pleased with that run, taking out the silver ahead of Paige Dobson from New Zealand, who ran a 4:38.39.
Tell you what, it was quite a battle there between Schwartz and Dobson in that second and third. It wasn't until halfway through the final bend where Schwartz was able to get a bit of a breakaway, but we're just getting some footage here of Zoe St John.
A really nice fluid style about her, hasn't she? Looks very relaxed.
Yeah, she's wearing the Saucony Terminus spike, which is a little bit more on the aggressive side, and for a middle distance runner, it's certainly a little bit more aggressive, and certainly working in her favour in the last couple of days. You can just see, even when she's putting in a bit of a final kick, you just see how evenly relaxed she is. Certainly a talent to keep an eye on. As for all of these runners that have made it here to the Oceania Champs.
The next event on the track will be the men's under 18 1500 metres. And introducing your athletes, in lane 1, Siasi Tali from Tonga. In lane 2, Kobe Scanlon from regional Australia. In lane 3, Ronan Dickens from New Zealand. In lane 4, representing New Zealand, Alex Macbeth. In lane 5, representing New Zealand, Kingston Ryan. In lane 6, representing Australia, Jack Lana. In lane 7, representing Australia, Finn Kane. And in lane 8, representing Australia, Jet Keeley.
So with the 3 New Zealanders, 3 from Australia, regional Australia and Tonga.
Macbeth would probably go in favourite for this event.
You'd think so based on their recent performances.
But I'm sure Kingston and Ronan are going to make sure he works hard. Just a bit of push and shove there as they settle into the start of this race.
Yeah, well, Dickens was quick to get onto that inside lane, and he was very much keeping an eye on the right-hand side to make sure that he was in that prime spot early, which he is. So he's got himself into a really, really good spot, and then the tempo just dropped.
We settled down to a jog.
Yeah, you quite often see this with a lot of these 1500s. If there's no real pressure on running a time, it becomes a very tactical performance, and the first 100 versus the second 100 has just really changed, and we're just keeping an eye on this absolute massive pack that's coming through with 3 laps to go. Now, the challenge with these types of 1500s is that it brings out the 800-metre runners into play if you don't start it a little bit quicker. And then if it stays like this, it brings those 400-metre runners into play.
It's the athlete from regional Australia, Kobe Scanlon, looking like he's doing a bit of work to push up the side. He doesn't want to be caught behind.
No, you certainly don't want to be
Still Dickens.
caught behind. Looks like the Australians are doing a bit of work with each other there. Kane and Keeley and Lana. Dickens holding that front position. We've also got Macbeth there from New Zealand, who looks as if that he's just kind of happy to let other people do the work here, which is not uncommon for some of those 1500-metre runners as well.
And here we see Jet Keeley making a bit of a move. Dickens responds. Still a bit of cat and mouse about this race.
Yeah, he's given away the inside there, and it looks like Lana. Again, no one really wants to do anything at this stage. Pace has really slowed down here. I'm surprised if we see results too much faster than under 4 with a high 350s, I would say.
And we can see a slight pickup of the pace here. We've got...
Yeah, there's a few on the outside here, the Australian and Kane.
Kane didn't like what he was seeing there, and he's gone straight to the front and round the field, and he's got Jet Keeley tucked in behind him, and I think they've decided that this is not going to become a 400-metre race.
No, that's very true, and you can see Macbeth is also going to be doing the same thing. We mentioned before that ultimately the disadvantage of making these 1500s slower is it brings the shorter distance runners into play. So Macbeth is hanging in. We've also got Dickens from New Zealand, who is still trying to maintain that lead. Kane is not looking to wanting to let it go though.
Dickens looked like he got caught out a bit with that, and found himself down near the back of the field. And he's just had to do a bit of work to move back to the front. He's there, so be interesting to see how much work. And now the pace is on as they're in the final 400.
Yeah, so Dickens was pushed around there from a couple of the Australians, but it looks as if that they've got themselves into an evenly poised position. He's holding on to that first place. We'll keep an eye on Macbeth on the outer side because he's going to be starting to come through on that far side. Lana is also there. Dickens is still holding on. Kane is also on that inside. He's let it go, and he's now got the inside clear. There is a few pushes and shoves going on here. The New Zealander isn't going to let it go. So Dickens and Kane, we've got Macbeth who's trying to hold on. Is Dickens going to be able to hold on and maintain from start to finish, or is Kane going to come through with the goods? So with now 100 to go, Dickens and Kane, Macbeth. We've also got Kingston Ryan from New Zealand. He's now out in lane 3. He's putting in a massive kick. Kingston Ryan from New Zealand has absolutely flown through. I did not see that one coming.
Wow, you could see him really build over that last 80 metres. Came off the bend wide and was our widest of our competitors and really gathered momentum through the final 100 as New Zealand went 1, 2, 3. Ryan, Macbeth and Dickens.
Unbelievable finish there from Ryan. Has just taken that outside lane. And I reckon there was so many keeping an eye on what was happening on the left-hand side. They left the right hand for him to just come through. And that was a big finish.
It was. We saw a bit of push and shove around 200 to go as Kane, the Australian, tried to come inside Dickens and nearly got through. But then Dickens moved to the board and cut him out. But you know, then they both raced on. But wow, Kingston Ryan, what a great performance.
And the time was 4:09.96. We mentioned before that pace was so slow for those first 2 laps, so no surprises that these championships became a lot more tactical than they needed to be. That was probably one of the more tactical races that we've seen from a junior 1500 final. And again, Kane and Dickens were really just keeping an eye on each other. Macbeth had the faster time coming in, but looked as if the focus was on Dickens and Kane, and then they let Ryan come through on the outside. And that was a mighty, mighty finish.
It's always a danger with these races. If you let them become tactical affairs, that anything can happen. And Ryan, who went in ranked 3rd of these athletes, comes away with the gold medal.
We mentioned before 1, 2, 3 for New Zealand as well, so certainly shows the talent of 1500 metre running.
Fantastic.
Of course, they've got one very impressive 1500 metre runner, don't they, from New Zealand?
They certainly do. They do indeed. So,
mentioned before, talent creates talent, and you're chasing Sam Ruth around everywhere.
A lot of excitement about Sam, isn't there?
Yeah, certainly one to keep an eye on.
Oceania record, 3:33. Was certainly not set in a tactical race.
No, that is for sure. Now, just want to keep an eye on the Women's Open long jump, because we're now up to 1 metre 80 in the long jump. In the high jump, I should say, sorry. 1 metre 80. So we're going to see Isabel Lewison-Rowe enter the competition. Few jumpers missed their first attempts in 180, so we're going to try and get to the high jump soon because we're at 1 metre 80. We're not too far away from the first of our relays for this championship.
That's right, we've got an under-18 women's 4x1. 5 teams. Australian team, New Zealand team from Fiji. I can see Helena Young from Fiji. Quite a few of these young ladies have already raced today, and then a team from regional Australia and a team from Tonga.
While we've got a couple of seconds, the men's open shot put as well. Jacko Gill. So here's the high jump. So yeah, just an update on the open shot put as well. Jacko Gill is in the lead with 19.97. But there's Lewison-Rowe. So we're at 1 metre 80. Now she cleared 190, 195 not too long ago. That's her first jump in the competition as well. So Genevieve Bosca for her second attempt. And misses that one.
She's got a PB of 176. Used to rubbing shoulders with Nicola Olschlagers. and Eleanor Patterson, two of the absolute best in the world from the Oceania region, both representing Australia.
Mentioned before the meet record's 186. Here's the New Zealander. Just misses on that attempt. Naomi Waite. That was her second attempt at 180.
She's New Zealand's under 20 high jump champ. She's got a PB of 180, so
Nice.
she's on the money. And went to the World Juniors in Lima in 2024, representing New Zealand. Looks like we've got one of the Australians up next looks like it's Vanessa Appel. Second attempt at 180.
She had a perfect record coming into 180, clearing all of her heights on the first attempt. And she's done it.
Clean. Well done.
Yep, she's happy with that.
As she should be. She's a multi-eventer. High jump is generally known as her best discipline. So, and we're seeing her at her best today, clearly.
I reckon she'd be getting close to a personal best now.
I think she's just equalled it.
Oh, fantastic.
It's a 180, her PB, and we've just seen her jump that, and she's looking good.
So we've got some real good talent here this afternoon in the women's high jump. Left-hander.
Skelton over with her second attempt too. So another one. She's got a PB of 185, so she's inching up to that sort of territory. Yeah, we can see on the screen a series of jumps.
So I guess, just to give those at home a bit of an update of what those Ps are, you don't have to start at the distance that's set. You can prescribe what height you want to jump. So the Ps essentially mean you've passed those attempts. So we see an athlete like Isabel Lewison-Rowe, who has jumped higher than 190, can quite comfortably get to that 170, 180 mark without needing to jump anything greater.
Isabel Lewison-Rowe, the Australian, entered the comp at 180.
Here's Lewison-Rowe.
A lovely takeoff for a clean jump. She is going to be happy with that. She's away in this competition.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It's always good to get one clean jump on the board.
Yeah, it's that nervousness, particularly when you miss at your first. So next to jump will be another Australian, Genevieve Bosca. So she is in PB territory. So Genevieve's PB before this is a 176. Just missing on that. So she'll be back for another jump.
Grin on her face. She certainly wasn't too happy. Reset. Start again.
Absolutely. There's a lot of action happening here at Arafura Stadium, and one of the events that's getting towards the business end is the men's senior shot put. And how we're looking there, Lindsay?
Yeah, We're getting towards the business end of the shot put. They're in their fifth throws. Currently, Jacko Gill is our leader, still with 1997. Now, this is one of the field events that we wanted to really keep a close eye on because meet record is 2075, which is also held by Jacko Gill and has thrown that distance in recent times.
That was Nathaniel Salupo from Samoa. Not happy with that one. Walks out the front. So
his sixth and final attempt on in this competition. So
currently in seventh.
Looks like he's probably going to maintain that spot.
Jonathan Dedagawa from Nauru. Clean on the circle. I guess the question is he going to be happy enough to have it measured, or white flag is up, which would suggest he is.
So
no messing about between throwers here.
Oh, it's very quick, isn't it?
With
the 15-18 for the Nauruan. We've got Fox Dobbs from Australia, South Australian, for his final attempt. 16:45. That one slipped off the hand. That one won't prove.
And I'd say he's walked out the front of the circle.
Yep. Yeah, he could see the slip came through, so 16:45 will remain his best throw. So we're in reverse order here, so we're going to be seeing Jacko Gill in the final throw.
For now, we have Liam Nchok Wolf from Samoa. Got a PB of 18:28, so he'll be hoping to get somewhere closer to that with this throw. What can he do?
Left-hander as well.
Like a better throw.
So there's two coloured lines that you can see on there. One is the meet record. Is the Oceania record. Waiting for that result to come through.
As a 16:34, so not the improvement he was looking for, but respectable nonetheless. As New Zealand's Blessing Sifu.
So the last three attempts from him have been fouls.
He's not giving off positive body language vibes, and sure enough, there we go, confirmation the final throw was a foul. So Sifu doesn't progress from fourth place. Safe there with only the top three remaining.
So we're down to the final three. So the question will be, can we see any change? So 18:46 is Aidan Harvey from Australia.
Got a 19:36 PB. What can he do?
Look too bad off the hand. This is getting close to the 19 mark.
It is looking closer. Nervously awaiting the outcome.
You mentioned you had a PB in the 19. Come through 18:44.
18:44, yep.
Aidan Harvey is a very accomplished shot putter for Australia, isn't he?
He certainly is, yes. National champion. 5 years in a row. Speaking of champions, 2024 Oceania champion was Nick Palmer. So He is up there with the big boys, a 2032 PB. Best today has been a 1985 with his first throw. But pretty good series though.
Fairly consistent, isn't it? Gap between 1 and 2 is 12 centimetres. So there's not much in it.
New Zealand's had an amazing heritage in this event. Nick Palmer trying to get the crowd involved.
He's up and about, isn't he?
We love it when the big boys make a bit of noise. What have you got, Nick?
So here we go. Gee, that looked pretty good off the hand. Inside.
Just inside the sector. Not sure it's going to improve, but we'll wait and see. You could really see he was trying to push that extra distance and give Jacko a run.
So we're just waiting on the result from Palmer, and
There
then
it
we've got
is.
our final shot putter.
An 1838. So our podium is set.
Yep.
Our Oceania champion, Jacko Gill, with one throw remaining. Sure, he'll be setting himself for a 20-metre throw.
So Jacko Gill, 1997.
He's thrown it as far as 22.12.
Yeah, right.
That's a long way.
Especially for the weight of the shot put that they're using.
What can he do? Great weight.
7.26 kilos. Oh, it's high, it's long.
They're close to that championship record that you mentioned. Just shy of it. But a good throw nonetheless.
So
As
we're going to
crossing back to our women's high jump.
yeah, we'll wait for that result to come through, but we want to cross back to the women's high jump because
Imogen Skelton.
at 185. Second attempt for the New Zealander. So final result in the men's shot put was 1955 there for Jacko Gill. So the Oceania record and the meet record doesn't fall. So Gill will take the gold in 1997, Palmer with 1985, and the Australian Harvey in 1846, which rounds out the top three. We're going to stick with this women's high jump final because Isabel Lewison-Rowe has cleared 185. So her next height is going to be the meet record. And we've got the Australian and the New Zealander left to go.
She's eclipsed her PB twice this season, the Maury Plant and also at the ACT Champs. She's had a really good season. What can she do?
Fortunately, she won't progress forward in this competition. Her third and final attempt at 185. So Hell bows out. We're about to see Imogen Skelton with her final attempt. And then we get to see the next height. Hope that Skelton is in there with her. And unfortunately, it's not her day either. So the New Zealander will bow out at 185. And we're down to one individual jumper left.
Silver medal equalled her PB. Sorry, didn't quite equal her PB.
Not quite.
a silver medal and a good performance nonetheless. So the question is, what height?
Well, it looks like we're set at 190. That's what I reckon I've got. Now, if she clears this will be a meet record. So we mentioned before the current meet record, 186. That was jumped in June of 2019 by Josephine Reeves from New Zealand. And right now, we are moments away from potentially seeing that fall.
We know she can do it. She's been there before, this height.
Well, she's cleared 190 a couple of times, hasn't she?
She has indeed. It was a 195 at the Maurie Plant meet in Melbourne on that great night. Saw some stunning performances. Lucky Kennedy stealing the show, among others.
Yes, of course. Who could forget that? We've already seen a high jump meet record fall yesterday. Might be in witness to seeing another one falling today. Looks like tactic. On. Okay. View of a hairstyle change in the background there as we're waiting for Lewis and Rowe.
What do you make of the black sock, white sock look?
Actually, I didn't notice it until you picked that up.
Just adjusting a mark there as the bar goes up. But yeah, I thought the black and white combo be more likely uniform choice of the Kiwis. However,
that's very cool.
Not to knock Isabel Lewis and Rowe, because her performance so far has been exemplary. Just the one miss at 180 as she entered the competition, which is not uncommon to see that. Seen Olympic champions go on to miss at their first and settle the nerves and knuckle down.
So the first attempt at 190. Height is cleared. We'll have a new meet record. Isabel Lewis and Rowe. That's what she needs to do. Visualising exactly the plan. And down with the first attempt.
Nice misses.
Okay, there's two to come. So Lewis and Rowe, just a high jumper.
She's not. She's got a strong record in the triple as well. She's the Australian under 20 record holder. So can she bring that bound to this event?
Seeing her in the triple jump final on Friday as well. 19 years of age.
She won the silver in this event in Peru. So she is highly accomplished. She's also another one of the Australians that's heading off to Eugene to the World Junior Championships in August. Difficult, particularly for some of these younger athletes, to hold their form through the season. You know, when we see, some strong performances in January and February from Isabel. Great coaching performance as well as the work of the athlete to see them hold their form, and I'm sure that'll be their challenge off the back of this meet. Introducing our athletes for the men's 1500 metre run at the Oceania Championships. In lane 1, representing New Zealand, Jake Lomas. In lane 2, representing New Zealand, Ben Bidwar. In lane 3, representing Australia, Kieran Tibbles. In lane 4, representing regional Australia, Toby Rule. In lane 5, representing Papua New Guinea, Jutus Robinson. In lane 6, representing the Federated States of Micronesia, Simeon Jacob. In lane 7, representing Fiji, Avakash Lal. In lane 8, representing the island nation of Nauru, Isaac Oppenheimer.
So the meet record was set in 2022 by Samuel Tanner, 3:42. Not sure if we're going to be seeing any of those times today, given the most recent 1500s. This one might be a little bit more tactical than based on pace. So we've got Lomas and Idias from New Zealand. Robinson on the outer side there from Papua New Guinea, who trying to get himself into a pretty good position. Toby Rule from regional Australia on the inner side against Kieran Tibbles from Australia. So we've got the New Zealanders working together. Robinson will want to try and find a way into an inside lane. He's running in lane 2 right now, so he doesn't want to be running more than he needs to.
He picked up the gold medal last year in the Pacific Mini Games in Palau in the 800 metres. Ran a very solid 1:52 there. Haven't seen much of him at 15, so it'll be interesting to have a look at his range and how he goes with the longer race. But he's certainly making his presence felt so far.
At least what he should be trying to do is surge and get into that front position, but not sure if he can tuck in based on how tight this pack is. So Lomas from New Zealand looks very comfortable. Bedowas also from New Zealand, so the two Kiwis in the front position there.
Australian keeping it tight, so
Tibbles holding on.
Making Robinson do a bit of extra work to, you're not coming in here, you need to push forward and slot in front or run out in lane 2.
And that's pretty much where he's maintained this entire run, is in lane 2. So hopefully this won't have a negative impact on him, but having to run a little bit further than those on the inside, no one's going to be looking to give away any space. Got Lau from Fiji there as well. Oppenheimer and Asa from Nauru and Tonga.
Almost 4 across at the front.
And Jacob as well from the Federated States of Micronesia there in that light blue kit.
And now we can see they really are fanning out and taking a full 2 lanes.
He's almost running in lane 3. This is remarkable. So with around 600 metres to go, Robinson has been heavily pushed out to a wide lane, and he's virtually in the middle of lane 2, and he's been running it the entire way. Tibbles from Australia has moved into a pretty good spot there in second, but
he's just been reminded he's not running an 800. He's found some cover.
Yeah, the pace has certainly picked up a little bit. We're going to hear the bell for the final lap. Now, Bedowas from New Zealand is currently leading against Tibbles from Australia. The Kiwi does have one of the quicker times coming in to this final now. Robinson from Papua New Guinea is holding on with our leaders. We're just seeing Rule at the back of this pack trying to maintain. So right now we've got Bedowas, Tibbles on that outer on lane 1 going into 2. Bedowas is just keeping a check of him. He doesn't want him on the inside. We've also got Rule from regional Australia. So he's putting in a massive kick. Bedowas now needs to respond. He's responding with a bit more of a kick. Rule's putting in a fighting yard. We've got Lomas and Tibbles. Rule's still there. He's now officially gone by the looks of things. It's going to be between the two Kiwis and the Australian. Bedowas and Lomas and Tibbles. What a massive finish this is going to be if Tibbles can get up. But I reckon Bedowas is there. And what a mighty fighting finish there from the Kiwi, and who knows what would have happened if Rule didn't put that kick in with 200 to go.
Yeah, we saw the pace really explode, didn't we, as they came off the 200, and a really great effort by the two Kiwis out in front. You know, they really did a lot of the work. You know, Tibbles and Robinson spent a fair bit of time pushed out and weren't able to settle inside, but great. Certainly a lot more tempo than our last 1500 metre race.
So Bedowas takes that one out with a 4 flat 91, 4:01.31 for the Kiwi counterpart Lomas, and Tibbles with a 4:01.37. So we mentioned before, it's not going to be lightning quick times given that this is a championship race, so it's going to be all about tactics rather than speed, and certainly there was no doubt that was the case. We're just getting a glimpse of how everything started and how they managed to get themselves into the position that they were in for the majority of the race. And we mentioned before, this was the kick that really changed the ending of this race, because Rule decided to take a risk representing regional Australia. Bedowas had to respond, which he did, and then by him responding, Lomas and Tibbles had to go with him, and I reckon they just didn't quite see that move coming, and they were caught off guard, and I guess those fraction of a second greater for Bedowas was what got him over the line.
And the advantage of being the front runner, he was able to respond well. Certainly best placed in that one, and so great effort by the New Zealander.
So magnificent finish there to the senior 1500 final. Just getting some vision of the women's 1500, just doing some warm-up strides. Who do you like in the women's 1500?
Oh, it's pretty hard to go past Izzy Thornton-Bott. She's got a PB of 4:08, so she has been running pretty well. She ran 4:15 at Nationals in Australia in April, and I think will be the one to beat. But we'll bring you to that shortly. We're just at the tail end of this women's discus competition, and Lindsay, what's the latest?
Yeah, so Taran Golszewski is our leading thrower at the moment, 57.54. Kiwi Moana with a 55.93, and Blackstock from Australia and 55.31 are our top three competitors. So Gosling, 49.03, will be keen to jump into the 50 metre mark. So the final attempts, very clean off the hand there. It's always a positive sign when you have to see the officials go back further into the field, isn't it? And I reckon this one's going to get pretty close to that 50 mark. She's currently sitting in 4th place. I mentioned before that the final, the throwers and the jumpers, we go in reverse of who's in front, and 50.96 for Gosling. So crack that 50 metre mark and we'll hold 4th place. And we're seeing our medalists is Ashlyn Blackstock. .31, pretty consistent throws in that 52 to 55 mark for the Australian. She's had a pretty good season as well.
She certainly has. National champion.
It's a very good throw from her as well. That's very close to the record. but
And
she's happy.
Isn't she happy? Look at that. A great way to finish a competition.
Great stylish earrings going on as well.
We love your work, Ashlyn.
Always nice to give a cheer to the crowd. 55-10 for her. Pretty even throws for Blackstock.
Looks like we might have Kiwi, who I think it's Tatiana. Looks like it's Tatiana Kamana. It is indeed.
You talk about consistency of performances. 54.59 is a smallest and 55.93 is her longest.
And can I tell you what kind of a day she's had? Her PB is 52.60.
Unbelievable,
So,
really.
So every throw has exceeded her PB. what an event that she will remember.
That's outstanding. So
here comes the two-time.
Oh, and even better. Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that. She's just narrowly.
It's a 5 metre PB improvement. Anyway, here comes the two-time Oceania Championship winner, Taryn Golszewski. What's she got?
Another really impressive throw off the hand. They getting close to the line.
She threw a 57.54, her best so far. What?
Going to wait for that result to come through. So 55.70 for the Australian. And will maintain the first position in the women's discus.
And we're crossing now back to the track for the final of our women's 1500. And in lane 1, representing Australia, Izzy Thornton-Bott. In lane 2, representing New Zealand, Caitlin Marks. In lane 3, representing Team Hawaii Athletics, Ashlyn Jacobson. In lane 4, representing Regional Australia, Ella Matheson. In lane 5, representing Australia, Ava Pinches. In lane 6, representing Regional Australia, Neve Rodney. In lane 7, representing Australia, Jessica Zonnevold. In lane 8, representing Guam, Kira Paz. And in lane 9, representing the Northern Marianas Islands, Nathania Tan. Our starters in the women's 1500 metres.
So a very nice split of nations represented in this 1500 final. Mentioned before, Thornton-Bott.
Interesting to see whether it becomes a tactical affair or whether she just puts the hammer down and goes.
Yeah, look, she's had a pretty good few months, hasn't she? She saw her at the late invitational in the 5,000 metres, and we're seeing her in the 5,000 a little bit later this week as well. So probably her stronger distance. Not uncommon to see some of those 5,000 metre runners push down to try and work on that quicker speed and work on their lactic. And from the early days, we can see that got a pretty good margin so far with Thornton-Bott from Australia taking on that first position. Sitting in second there, Caitlin Marks from New Zealand and Jacobson from Team Hawaii sitting in 3.
She looks like she's going to do a fair bit of work on her own out the front. Clearly come here with a plan to work, as you say, been working on a speed. Australia has amazing depth at the moment in women's 1500. There were 5 of them. 5 Australian women running in the 1500 in the Diamond League, Shanghai on the weekend. And
did I see that all 5 of them ran sub 3:59? I reckon they ran sub 3:59.
That is correct, with Abby Caldwell running a 3:56, second
Unbelievable.
fastest ever from an Oceania athlete. So
Probably argue from an Australian perspective, that's probably our strongest distance on the track at the moment, especially with the depth coming through.
you would absolutely say so. But let's have a look back at this field. So Izzy's well out in front, extending her lead. The New Zealand athlete.
We can see that Marks from New Zealand is just about to be pipped by the Hawaiian.
Looks like Ashlyn Jacobson just putting a bit of pressure on, just moves into second. Those two working closely together.
So we're in our penultimate lap, so less than 800 to go. And had a few moves happen in the last 200 metres. Not our leader. Our leader is maintained, and if anything, she looks as if that she's just in a comfortable rhythm and knows exactly what she needs to do. It's going to be 2, 3, 4 and 5 that probably look to be the challenges. So in the first group, we've got Jacobson and Marks from Hawaii and New Zealand. And we've seen Mattinson from regional Australia and Pinches from Australia in that second group.
Yeah, so it looks like about a 50-metre lead to Izzy at the moment, but I think the next four could go either way.
So Thornton Bott's seater time coming in with 4:15:33. Now, the championship record here is 4:12:33, which was run in 2022 by Claudia Hollingsworth, which is a pretty big household name at the moment. As we're hearing the bell for the final laps, not sure that time is at threat at the moment. And that looks to be a threat is that margin between 1 and 2. Thornton Bott maintaining that front position. At 2 and 3 looks as though they've broken up a little bit though.
Yeah, certainly Jacobson, the visiting athlete from Hawaii, has put the foot down and extended on the New Zealander. Marks is now under a little bit of threat from the two behind, the athlete from regional Australia, and looks like Ella Matheson and the Australian who's tacked onto the back of her. 200 to go.
He's our leader, Thornton Bott from Australia, coming through with a pretty clear margin in that home straight. And here's Jacobson, who is our second placer, but we're just watching our finish here from Australia. Isabel Thornton Bott. Very, very impressive performance from her to take out the 1500. Now we're keeping an eye on second and third, and we've got Jacobson coming through. Here comes Marks, and the Australian with pinches. Matheson from regional Australia there.
And a 4:27 for Izzy Thornton Bott. So did it all out the front on her own. Really strong finish from Ashlyn Jacobson. Her last 600 in particular was very impressive, running a 4:36 for second. And Caitlin Marks from New Zealand taking out third place in 4:39. 1, 2 and 3 in this women's 1500 metre race.
So, what a magnificent day of competition we've already seen so far.
Athletes just cheering the final athlete, which is Kira Paz from Guam, crosses the line in about a 5:30. Great sportsmanship being shown by all of our athletes here. And I must say, the spirit of competition has been just wholesome at the Oceania Championships to date. It's been really great to see. Great vibe.
As just in Thornton Bott with her final 50, and Jacobson from Team Hawaii. They get around each other and shake hands. A few photos. Photos there from that regional Australia team and the Australian team combined there. How good's that? Talk about the vibes and uniting Australia and regional Australia together. Photos. So this is the start of the women's 100 final. We saw the prelims or the semis just a short time ago, so there's not much time between races for these 100-metre runners.
So if anything, I'd say the conditions have improved slightly. The wind just seems to have dropped off a little. It's cooled down a fraction on what we saw. The sun's a little lower in the sky. Local time here is 6:10, and it's really a big crowd waiting to the end to see this race. So who did you like from the preliminaries?
It's hard to not go past the New Zealander, Zoe Hobbs, running a 11:11, which was very, very close to that meet record. So I reckon she's going to be a tough one to get past. Ebony Lane from Australia was lucky enough to be running in the same field as her to get a pretty good time as well. Great to see that Young from Fiji is also making an appearance in this final.
Yeah, it is good. I thought she ran a really strong heat and finished well. And again, great to see. They've got a great heritage in sprinting, the Fijians, and very strong, as we see in their rugby teams, particularly.
And of course, the regional Australia athlete Ian Smith making it through with the little Q. Opportunity for her to run in a senior 100-metre final against some world-class runners.
Oh, absolutely. She'll start from lane 1 too, which she'll be happy with, I think. You know, she's got Chloe Mannix-Power from Australia beside her and Ebony Lane, so they'll take her out pretty quickly, and be up to her to see if she can settle, calm the nerves, go through her race, and it's a great opportunity for her.
Getting some footage here of the Australians in their warm-up preparations. Few athletes here wearing New Balance spikes. Certainly an improved spike on the track in recent years.
Yeah, what can you tell us about the New Balance model?
Well, I can tell you that the Australian 5,000 metre record holder, Rose Davies, loves them. That's what I can tell you about that one. They certainly stand out on the colour of this track.
Not sure many of these girls have run a 5,000 on the track in the last 12 months. And why would they want to?
Oh, look, for some of these 100-metre runners, even a bend might be a bit of a challenge for them, but
introducing our athletes for the women's 100-metre final at the 2026 Oceania Championships. In lane 1, representing regional Australia, Cadell Smith. In lane 2, representing Australia, Chloe Mannix-Power. In lane 3, representing Australia, Ebony Lane. In lane 4, representing Australia, Georgia Harris. In lane 5, representing New Zealand, Brooke Summerfield. In lane 6, representing New Zealand, Zoe Hobbs. In lane 7, representing New Zealand, Kendra Scully-Tui. And in lane 8, rounding out our final, representing Fiji, Helena Young.
So 11:09 is the meet record. Got our meet record holder in the middle there with Zoe Hobbs. So Hobbs and Summerfield in the middle there from New Zealand. Ebony Lane, so there from Australia, would be free to keep an eye on.
Hobbs, of course, the Oceania record holder. Ran that really impressive 10.94 last year to take that Oceania record.
Good crowds we've had so far this championship for this race. And a clean start here. Hobbs is very, very strong off the boot. We've got Lane there as well, but Hobbs is absolutely flying through. She's going to push through in a magnificent time. We're going to go under 11 here. Very, very tight. And as expected, Hobbs, I reckon that's very close to 11, and it's bang on.
Unofficial, of course, but early days, an 11.00 for Zoe Hobbs of New Zealand, taking out our women's 100 metre. Ebony Lane, great run, 11.32 for second. And Georgia Harris rounding out the podium with an 11.39.
So one of the most amazing things about that run for Zoe Hobbs is that we also have a new meet record.
Another, I've lost count today. It's got to be half a dozen, but wow, we can see vision here of her race. Got off to a fantastic start and then really relaxed into her race.
Just the power that just came off just from the word go. It was just a really well executed conclusion to what has been a pretty impressive second day of competition here in the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships.
Certainly has been one that we won't forget for a while. I was really impressed with Ebony Lane's run there too. She stayed really composed throughout and ran it right through to the finish.
So the Fiji in there as well. Helena Young, 11.83. Pretty much bang on with her result as well. So
we're going to wind it up today. Day 2, Oceania Championships. Some great events in the field and on the track. And wow, what a great effort by Zoe Hobbs to round out our day. Thanks for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for Day 3 of the 2026 Oceania Championships.
Ain't nobody gonna keep us down, keep us down.
The world awaits the first ever Ultimate Championship.
Let's go, baby!
And a home crowd roaring them on.
The world's best athletes brought together to settle the debate once and for all.
At the Ultimate Championship, there's no room for mistakes.
To be Ultimate Champion, that sounds pretty good to me.
This is the greatest we have ever seen.
Call yourself a world champion, prove that you're the ultimate.
A brand new must-see championship.
There can only be one Ultimate Champion.
What on earth is going on in Budapest?
And the whole world is watching.
See you in Budapest.
Don't miss it.
Just like that, a star is born.
Ain't nobody gonna keep us down, keep us down.
The world awaits the first ever Ultimate Championship.
Let's go, baby!
And a home crowd roaring them on.
The world's best athletes brought together to settle the debate once and for all.
At the Ultimate Championship, there's no room for mistakes.
To be Ultimate Champion, that sounds pretty good to me.
This is the greatest we have ever seen.
call yourself a world champion, prove that you're the ultimate.